Vice President.
Good afternoon, Senators. Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down. We beseech you on us, who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the Vice President.
Honorable Senators, leave of absence has been granted to Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi-Schoon and Senator the Honorable Reginald Armour, SC, both of whom are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Paula May Weeks, ORTT. By Her Excellency, Paula May Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndale Young, whereas Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi-Schoon is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Acting Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 14th of June 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi-Schoon from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President, St. Anne's, this 9th day of June 2022. To Mr. Harvey Boris, whereas Senator the Honorable Reginald T.A. Armour is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the acting Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Harvey Boris, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from 14th of June 2022 and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable Reginald T.A. Amo from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President, St. Anne's, this 13th day of June 2022. Honorable Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Andale Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
I, Harvey R. Boris, having been appointed Member of the Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. June 13th, 2022. To Senator the Honorable Christine Kangaloo, President of the Senate, Red House, Abercrombie Street, Port of Spain. Dear President of the Senate, change in membership of joint select committees. I wish to advise that a sitting held on Monday, June the 11th, 2022, on Monday, June 13th, 2022, the House of Representatives agreed to the following resolution. 1. Be it resolved that the House of Representatives agreed to the following appointments. Mr. Stephen McClatchy, MP, in lieu of Dr. Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, MP, on the Joint Select Committee on the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. Mr. Simon D. Nobriger, MP, in lieu of Mr. Stephen McClatchy, MP, on the Joint Select Committee on the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, and Ms. Shamfu Kujo, MP, in lieu of Mrs. Lisa Morris Julian, MP, and Mr. Keith Scotland, MP, in lieu of Dr. Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, MP, on the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the Senate be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience, please. Signed, Mr. Esmond Ford, Deputy Speaker of the House. Honorable Senators, please join me in acknowledging the presence of the students of the Maria Regina Grade School in the public gallery.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives on the Supplemental Order Paper 1. The Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Finance. 2. The Insurance Amendment Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 62-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the following bills be taken on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. The Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022 and the Insurance Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of these bills be taken on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of these bills will be taken on Tuesday, June the 21st, 2022. Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2022. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Regulated Industries Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2017. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Environmental Management Authority Environmental Trust Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021.
Reports from committees.
Senator Julian John.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The fourth report of the Public Accounts Committee, second session 2021-2022, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the audited financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Fair Trading Commission for the financial years 2014 to 2018. The fifth report of the Public Accounts Committee, second session 2021 to 2022, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the audited financial statements of the Office of Procurement Regulation for the financial years 2018 to 2020.
Ian.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The fourth report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, second session 2021-2022, 12th Parliament, on an examination of statements of expenditure for the first, second, and third quarters of the financial year 2021 with respect to recurrent expenditure and development program consolidated fund and infrastructure development fund. And the fifth report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, second session 2021-2022, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the realignment of ministries and departments.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate appointed to consider and report on the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill Number 2, Bill 2021, second session 2021 to 2022, 12th Parliament.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To the Minister of Trade and Industry. Given the severe shortage of sanitation products in the United States and the effect of said shortage on this country's supply, can the Minister advise what steps are being taken to address this issue?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, not for the first time, the wording and contents of this urgent question as posed by Senator Mark would be found to be inaccurate, alarmist, and highly misleading to the public of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has been actively monitoring developments in the global economy, and in particular, the disruptions of global supply chains. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has not been informed by any stakeholder of any shortage of sanitation products in Trinidad and Tobago. We have not been informed by any stakeholder of any shortage of sanitation products in Trinidad and Tobago. Further, the national community is reminded that as a result of the foresight of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to ensure the stability of the domestic supply of essential goods, increased supplies of foreign exchange were made available to the Exim Bank to address the financing requirements of manufacturers and importers. An accumulated disbursement of US $650 million was made available under two facilities, the Forex Facility for Manufacturers and the Forex Allocation System for the importation of raw materials, basic food items, and essential goods. It should be noted that for the period April 2020 to February 2022, essential items supplied to TNT under the Forex Allocation System for Essentials totaled US $335 million, including sectors such as cleaning supplies, food, hygiene products, personal protective equipment, and pharmaceuticals. And the Ministry of Trade and Industry will continue to closely and responsibly monitor developments and collaborate with all relevant stakeholders to ensure that there is no shortage of essential products in our beautiful Twin Island Republic. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Can I ask the Honorable Minister whether our distributors of said sanitation products in Trinidad and Tobago are in any way reliant on supplies out of the United States Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark, you have answered your question in your question. Question 2.
Mr. Vice President, can the Honorable Minister indicate whether the United States, given what is occurring at this time, whether the supply chain located between those two countries will impact in any negative way on Trinidad and Tobago?
Thank you, Senator Mark. Based on the answer given, I will not allow that question.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to indicate to this chamber that there are 5 questions on notice for oral answer, and the government is prepared to respond to all 5 questions on the order paper.
Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2717, Senator Mark has requested that question number 103, listed on order paper, be withdrawn. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Question number 95 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, as part of the ongoing consultation with key stakeholders on the transformation of the Water and Sewerage Authority to enable the authority to deliver on its mandate to provide the population with a safe, adequate, and reliable supply of water, the Minister of Public Utilities met with the National Union of Government and Federated Workers on March the 8th, 2022, and with the Public Services Association, PSA, on March the 22nd, 2022, and April the 27th, 2022. The specific issues discussed at these meetings were as follows. 1, the poor state of WASA's infrastructure. The parties agreed that WASA has an aged infrastructure, aged transmission and distribution network. Some of the existing pipelines, especially in South Trinidad, have been operational for over 100 years. Many of the water treatment facilities are not operating optimally and are producing significantly below their installed capacity because of underinvestment in the renewal of plant and equipment assets. In terms of wastewater treatment plants, the state of some of these bears significant implications for the maintenance of environmental and public health. Customer service. It was noted that WASA's poor customer service system has been plagued with inefficiencies. The call center, which is the linchpin of the system, has been unable to effectively manage customer calls, complaints, resulting in very dissatisfied customers. The financial situation. The unsustainability of WASA's financial situation was placed on the table as a signal issue. WASA is unable to cover its operating costs from tariff revenue and depends on huge government subventions for its operation. Major contributory factors to the financial challenges faced by WASA include an obsolete tariff structure, which is about the lowest in the world, exorbitant recurrent expenditure, the high cost of desalinated water, and poor receivable management. Key operational challenges. Some of the other challenges that mitigate against quality service delivery were highlighted, including inadequate measurement and difficulty quantifying non-revenue water, poor water supply and demand management, and an inadequate distribution network, aging infrastructure, and high leakage pipelines. Service levels. Delivering on its mandate means that the citizenry must be assured of easy and ready access to this very essential commodity. However, only 40% of Trinidad's population receives water on a 24/7 schedule, and this means that 2/3 of the population receives an intermittent water supply schedule. Further, in some areas, the service levels have been negatively affected by localized conditions, including elevated areas, lack of redundancy, high pipeline pressure in low-pressure zones, inadequate pressures at zone extremities, and inadequate storage. And the interventions being undertaken. The trade union bodies were informed that a strategic action plan has been developed by the Ministry of Public Utilities, which provides a strategic framework for coordinating all major interventions. These include optimization of current distribution network, developing localized water sources, creating network interconnectivity, expanding data capture, remote monitoring and control, DMA establishments and bulk metering, rehabilitation and upgrade of equipment, redesigning water schedule, implementation of preventative maintenance, continual verification, and digitized updating by GIS Community Water Improvement Program. The strategy going forward, Mr. Vice President, important elements of the strategy going forward were shared with the trade union bodies. These elements speak to tariff adjustments, integrated water resource management, implementation of regional plans, aggressive leak management, hydrological and network assessment, and development of a smart water grid. These factors and initiatives deemed imperative and pivotal to achieving the effective transformation of the authority were shared with the representative unions. These include adoption of a new business model, organizational and operational redesign, increased leadership capacity, and overall of the ICT architecture towards realization of a smart water grid, reinstatement of core values, improved
Minister?
systems and decision-making.
Minister, your time has expired for answer. Senator Mark.
Yes, can I ask the Honorable Minister, how were these ideas and views shared with these trade unions? Were any written communication forwarded, transmitted to these unions based on what you have shared with this Honorable Senate?
Minister?
Vice President, the answer to this is a resounding yes. Informations were shared with all the unions representing the WASA workers, presentations were made, and relevant documents with strategic plans were all shared with the unions.
Senator?
A time frame or a time period would have been afforded to the two recognized majority unions to respond to those very important areas outlined in the WASA's strategic plan?
Minister?
The unions were provided with adequate time to respond to the strategic action plan of the ministry and the other regional plans that we intend to roll out in the coming months. And I must say that both unions took the opportunity, grasped the opportunity, and did provide their responses to the information shared by the Ministry of Public Utilities.
Senator Mark?
Honorable Minister, can you tell us whether information that we have seen in the public domain that the strategic transformation plan for WASA, which you would have discussed with these unions, are to take effect by the end of June 30th, 2022. Can you confirm or deny this particular information that is now in the public domain?
Senator Mark, that is an entirely new question based upon your initial question. I will not allow.
The Minister, through you, Mr. Vice President, whether the Prime Minister at a public political meeting of his party instructed the Minister of Public Utilities to meet not only with the recognized majority trade unions at WASA, but also to meet with the joint trade union movement as well as the National Trade Union Center. Is the Minister aware of this instruction?
Senator Mark, that is inside your initial question. I will not allow.
But the Minister didn't answer my initial question. That is why I'm trying to get clarification through you, Mr.
Senator
Vice
Mark,
President.
the answer was given to you in
No,
full length
anyway.
for a period of over 5 minutes. Okay. We will move on to the next question.
Do I have a final supplemental, or do I?
Sonia.
That was my last.
That was your fourth and last. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Moving on. Senator Mark.
Yeah, question number 101 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the first part of this question relates to new fines because of the predicted harsh dry season condition. I wish to advise that on May the 16th, or just 1 month ago, the Meteorological Services declared the start of the 2022 rainy season, and therefore I regard this part of the question to be quite otious. However, I will move on to the second part of the question that speaks to fines. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Vice President, WASA took no decision to impose new fines for water violations during the dry season, which ended just 1 month ago. With respect to question or part 2, which speaks to or asks about new initiatives that will allow the authority to embark upon a program to secure water for Trinidad and Tobago, I am pleased to advise, Mr. Vice President, that WASA has embarked on a number of new initiatives to secure water, all of which are being coordinated within the context of that strategic action plan that I spoke about a short while ago. It was developed by the Ministry of Public Utilities in collaboration with WASA and approved by the Board of Commissioners. And the plan outlines an overarching strategic framework for organizational transformation of WASA, as well as for stabilizing and improving the pipe-borne water supply to the population over the next 3 to 5 years, and targeting communities with a water schedule under 24/3. In other words, Mr. Vice President, the aim is to eliminate water schedules under 24/3 in Trinidad and Tobago in the distribution system as far as possible, unless unique circumstances in a particular area that may make this objective an impossible undertaking. Among the specific initiatives being undertaken in this regard include the Community Water Improvement Program, CWIP, which is a short-term capital program of works being implemented by the Ministry of Public Utilities and WASA as the executing agency. So far, with this intervention, Mr. Vice President, which includes the refurbishment and the construction of booster station, water treatment facilities, storage tanks, and reservoirs, the replacement and installation of new pipelines, and the construction of rural intakes, over 100,000 citizens have benefited from an improved water supply across Trinidad and Tobago. And the last program, which was implemented or rolled out just last week, the people of Lopino and La Pastora, with a new water treatment facility, now has access to 24/7 water supply. 24/7 water supply, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the people of Lalaha in East Trinidad, for the very first time, now have access to 24/7 water supply as a result of the successful rollout of CWIP. The people of Brasso Seco now have access to 24/7 water supply
as a result of the successful execution of the Community Water Improvement Program, Mr. Vice President. The development and implementation of comprehensive regional water supply improvement program. Just last 2 weeks, we have launched the Northwest Water Improvement Program at Government Campus, and we expect that over the next 6 months, over 360,000 citizens located in Northwest Trinidad will see an improvement in the levels of service. And in 2 weeks' time, we will improve or roll out the Tobago Water Supply Improvement Program, where the people of Tobago will see a dramatic improvement in their water supply, eliminating water schedules of under 24/3. In the coming weeks, or just next week, Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of Public Utilities and WASA, we will ramp up our efforts in addressing leak repair and road restoration program. For the last 3 or 6 months, we have rectified 13,000 leaks, repaired 13,000 leaks on WASA's distribution system. An accelerated leak repair and road restoration program will commence just next week, where 18 to 25 private contractors operating on a zonal basis with a target of eliminating the current backlog of 3,000 leaks by the end of August 2022, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, we are making slow, incremental, sustainable progress where the water supply system in Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. And as Minister of Public Utilities, I'm confident with the support of the Prime Minister and the government of Trinidad and Tobago that the people of Trinidad and Tobago and their water supply are in safe hands and will be secured.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ma.
The Honorable Minister, with all those initiatives outlined and the scores or hundreds of thousands benefiting from these initiatives, can the Minister indicate whether the percentage of citizens receiving a 24/7-day supply of water has in any way increased from the 40%, or was that inclusive of the 40% that you mentioned earlier?
Minister. Yeah.
President, just 6 months ago, before these initiatives were rolled out, 34% of the population was receiving 24/7 water supply. And so far, with the successful implementation of these projects, we have now reached 40%. And I expect that with the rollout of regional plans, 2 weeks ago, Northwest, in 2 weeks from today, it will be Tobago, and I expect Central, South, and Northeast regional plans to be rolled out. And I am confident that based on those plans and the areas that we are targeting, nearly 70% for the very first time, notwithstanding the untruths told to this country, that under a previous government, 70% of the population received 24/7. It was a blatant mistruth that was placed upon the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I wish to assure the people of Trinidad and Tobago for the very first time, under a PNM government, based on the initiatives that we intend to roll out, that for the first time, 70% or more of this population will see an improvement in their water supply with these plans and will be supported by the transformation of the Water and Sewage Authority.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, can the Minister indicate when would the citizens of South and Central Trinidad enjoy a regular 24/7 days a week supply of water as their counterparts in the Northwest as well as in Tobago? Is the Minister prepared to give us a timeline when those initiatives would be rolled out for the citizens of South and Central Trinidad, respectively, Mr. Vice President?
Mr. Vice President, when we started the Community Water Improvement Program last year, I can say that out of the 100,000 citizens that benefited from CWIP, Community Water Improvement Program,
30,000 of those citizens, or perhaps 40,000 of those citizens, are from Central and South Trinidad. The regional plans that we have developed, and we've decided to target it from a regional perspective because the issues in Northwest Trinidad are different from the issues in Northeast and different from the issues in Central and South. So those plans are designed to respond to the unique challenges faced by these regions. And that is the reason why we are tackling it at that, in this particular way. And I am confident, just last week, Friday, I was in the area of Pinal and Siparia and Point Fortin and La Brea. And I can tell you that some key decisions were taken to have access to some major reservoirs in the Pinal area, whereby perhaps in the next 2 to 3 months, 20,000 citizens living in the Pinal catchment area will see an improvement in their water supply. And with the finalization of these regional plans, they are not skewed in any way to discriminate against any citizen or any region. This is not a UNC government. This is a PNM government. And it does not matter whether you live in East, West, North, or South, or in Tobago. This Minister of Public Utilities will not discriminate against the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are all deserving of an improvement in our water supply. And I wish to assure Senator Mark and all of the representatives of people in Central and South Trinidad, wherever you are, our regional plans and our programs will not discriminate against any region in our beautiful Twin Island Republic.
Can I ask my final question, Mr. Vice President? To the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the 70% projected by your good self to be achieved, can you indicate to this Honorable Senate whether you are targeting the end of December 2022 for the achievement of this 70% supply of water to the citizens 24/7?
Mr. Vice President, the information that I've provided is that once those plans are successfully executed and managed, the 70% target will be achieved.
Senator Mark?
Can I proceed, Mr. Vice?
You may.
Question number 102 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Did not the Senator withdraw this question, Mr. Vice President?
No, I didn't withdraw that question.
He withdrew the 103.
103.
Or it was worthy of withdrawal as well, you know, Mr. President. In fact, most questions that I come here to answer from the Senator are worthy of withdrawal. But anyway, Mr. Vice President, the Immigration Division of the Ministry of National Security is required by Section 18 of the Immigration Act, Chapter 1801, to examine all persons seeking entry into Trinidad and Tobago in order to determine whether they meet the statutory requirements for admittance. Accordingly, the individuals in question were examined by officers of the division, where it was found that they failed to meet several requirements under the Act and regulations, including not being in possession of valid passports in contravention of Regulation 13.1, which requires foreign nationals entering Trinidad and Tobago to be in possession of a passport issued by the country of which they are a subject or citizen, and as well, Mr. Vice President, not being in possession of a valid or subsisting visa, which constitutes a breach of Regulation 13.5 and Regulation 13.11. Accordingly, given their failure to comply with the conditions and requirements of the Act and regulations, they were deemed to be members of the prohibited class under Section 8.1p of the Act, and thus restricted entry, and they were served with lawful rejection orders requiring them to return to their port of origin. Consequently, an exercise was conducted in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, and very importantly, the Venezuelan embassy and its officials, to repatriate the individuals to their home country of Venezuela. I take the opportunity then, Mr. Vice President, to warmly congratulate the the Immigration Division of the Ministry of National Security, to congratulate the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, to congratulate the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for all of their efforts to secure our borders and to keep the people and this land free and clean and safe from plant, animal diseases, human traffickers, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, all of which pose serious threats to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I warmly congratulate every one of them. In respect of Part 2, it should be noted that 4 occupants of the vessel were interviewed by officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the investigation of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continues. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Ma?
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, can I ask the Honorable Minister of National Security, why only 4 of the numbers that we have identified were selected by the police for interviews and not many others who were witnesses to what can be a possible murder of a baby on the high seas? Can the minister provide us with answers to this particular question?
I am shocked at the amateurish and banal question coming from who is supposed to be an experienced senator of this parliament. It does not fall to the senator, and it does not fall to the Minister of National Security, who does not operate operationally, function operationally, to determine how many or who. That, as I indicated, Mr. Vice President, is a matter for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I am shocked at such a banal and inane question, Mr. Vice President.
Your conduct is reprehensible.
Senator Mark, it's time for a question.
Mr. Vice
Stick to
President,
the question, please.
I want to this beleaguered minister, hapless minister as well, whether the government that he is part of, and given the importance of the office that he occupies, whether the government is not involved in a massive cover-up of this matter.
Senator, I will not allow that question. Move on to question.
Mr. Vice President, can I ask this
Senator
hapless-
Leiter, kindly allow your colleague to say his question, please.
Yeah, can I ask this hapless and beleaguered minister?
Senator Mark, can you stick to the question, please?
Yes, I will try. Because I think the minister has forgotten his
Senator Mark,
tablets.
you need to stick to the question, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Vice President, I think I'll allow this minister to depart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dion Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Question number 159 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister Manning, Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin being the most popular, are completely bereft of intrinsic value and are highly speculative in nature. In fact, Bitcoin has raised financial concerns for governments worldwide, and despite its use in some countries for buying goods and services, there are no uniform international laws that regulate Bitcoin. Crypto is also not supported or backed by central banks, nor are crypto deposits insured. The speculative nature of the digital currency also leads to extraordinary price volatility and extreme uncertainty in terms of its asset value and price stability. Further, cryptocurrency exchanges are prone to cyber attacks, while the cryptocurrencies themselves show evidence of price manipulation. Crypto has also been used to facilitate a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, extortion, illicit drug trading, terrorist financing, and human trafficking. Cryptocurrencies have already been banned or restricted either wholly or partially in over 100 countries, including China, India, Colombia, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Guyana, Algeria, Egypt, and Qatar. Considering all that is known about cryptocurrencies and the excessive and wasteful use of taxpayer-subsidized electricity involved in Bitcoin mining, the government is not supporting Bitcoin mining in Trinidad and Tobago at this time.
Mr. Vice President, based on a newspaper report on April 15th in the Trinidad Guardian, headlines, Bitcoin mining farm, Trini mine in the works for Trinidad and Tobago. It appears as if discussions with Trini has been advanced on Bitcoin mining in Trinidad and Tobago. Could the minister indicate whether that news was rather premature?
Said earlier, the government is not supporting Bitcoin mining in Trinidad and Tobago at this time, and all those that have approached the government have been informed of that.
Thank you, Minister.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I beg to move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Senate agreed to the following appointments to joint select committees. On the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, Mr. Randall Mitchell in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat, and Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Ms. Yokima Bethelme. On the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs, Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat. On the Joint Select Committee on Government Assurances, Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Ms.
Yokima Bethelme. On the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure, Mrs. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. On the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. On the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises, Mr. Nigel De Freitas in lieu of Ms. Paula Gopi-Schoon. On the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity, Dr. Mohammed Yunus Ibrahim in lieu of Ms. Donna Cox. On the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, Mr. Nigel De Freitas in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat, and Mr. Avinash Singh in lieu of Ms. Yokima Bethelme. On the Joint Select Committee on the Representation of the People Amendment No. 2 Bill 2020, Ms. Paula Gopi-Schoon in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat, and Dr. Amory Brown in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Senate agree to the following appointments to the Joint Select Committee. On the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, Mr. Randall Mitchell in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat, and Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Ms. Yokima Bethelme. On the Joint Select Committee of Finance and Legal Affairs, Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat. On the Joint Select Committee on Government Business, Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Ms. Yokima Bethelme. On the Joint Select Committee of Land and Physical Infrastructure, Ms. Renuka Samraj Singh Suklal in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. Let me repeat that. Ms. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. On the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, Mr. Lawrence Hislop in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. On the Joint Select Committee of State Enterprises, Mr. Nigel De Freitas in lieu of Ms. Paula Gopi-Schoon. On the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity, Dr. Mohammed Yunus Ibrahim in lieu of Ms. Donna Cox. On the Joint Select Committee on Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill of 2020, Mr. Nigel De Freitas in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat, and Mr. Avinash Singh in lieu of Ms. Yokima Bethelme. On the Joint Select Committee on the Representation of the People Amendment No. 2 Bill 2020, Ms. Paula Gopi-Schoon in lieu of Mr. Clarence Rambarat, and Dr. Amory Brown in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Government Business Committee stage.
Honorable Senators, the committee stage of the following bill, which was adjourned on Tuesday, June the 7th, 2022, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, the Burial Grounds Act, Chapter 3050, the Cremation Act, Chapter 3050, the Cremation Act, Chapter 3051, the Advertisements Regulation Act, Chapter 3053, the Recreation Grounds and Pastures Act, Chapter 4101, the Highways Act, Chapter 4801, the Dogs Act, Chapter 6754, the Property Taxes Act, Chapter 7604, and the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act, Number 10 of 2014. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Senators, as we are aware, clause 1 was the way we ended last week. I'm just reminding that there are 11 clauses in this bill, and there are 3 sets of amendments. Just want to make sure that everyone has these 3 signed amendments in sight.
You can actually see the members of this. You can actually mention how much members the amendments give.
The amendments have come in from Senator Timal, Senator Dionarine, and Senator Richards, all of whom have submitted for various parts of number 3, clause 3, and we will be addressing them in that order of receipt, primarily, as we proceed.
Mr. Chair, may I make an inquiry, please? Thank you. I have received that dated from Senator Timal on the 7th, and 2 amendments today, both June 14th, one from Senator Dionarine and one from Senator Richards. Insofar as there are 113 individual amendments, even though there are 10 clauses, when we get to clause 3, do you propose, Mr. Chair, that we deal with each one of the paragraphs of clause 3 and then take the amendments in sequence? In other words, then, do you propose A, we go through Senator Dionarine, finish, B, or do we take them paragraph by paragraph? The latter I would prefer if that's convenient to you, Chair.
That would be convenient, and we would even recommend that even after we deal with the bulk of that clause, that we, at that point in time, if necessary, can stand on for proper crafting in lieu of moving on and moving forward. Yeah. It should be noted that all amendments have already been posted on the rotunda for your information. Yeah.
Clause 2.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. The question is, Clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
Paragraph by paragraph, correct. Yes, you're going paragraph by paragraph.
Clause 3A.
Chair, the first amendment is from Senator Richards for 3A. There are no other proposed amendments to 3A.
Correct. Senator Richards.
In subparagraph A1, it involves the word controversy, which, if I can suggest, is a rather subjective word, and I'm suggesting we replace controversy with impact. And it reads, a Municipal Corporation Act is amended, A in section 2, 3B, and that reads, 3C, raises significant architectural or urban design issues, and I would suggest a comma there, although it's not in my amendment, giving rise to substantial regional or national. It presently reads controversy, and I'm suggesting we replace the word controversy with impact, because controversy is quite subjective.
Mr. Chair, if I may immediately respond. Thank you, Honourable Senator. Senator, we are constrained by the fact that the Planning and Facilitation Development Act 2014 was passed. And if you go to section 48 of that act, we have a very specific definition. Section 48 actually is replicated here in this bill. And I want to remind that came about as a result of a joint select committee. And that work, there was a significant amount of discussion there. The Act itself has already been partially proclaimed. The operational procedures for implementing the difference between complex development and simple development is already in effect. And therefore, if we were to make the amendments proposed now, we would be conflicting with things that are already in the works and work which this Parliament settled. I should remind that in 2019, we did the planning and facilitation amendments, and that is also operational as well. So whilst I certainly grasp the position, I do recall having sat as a member of that committee, both committees, that this was considered in great detail. So may I respectfully invite the view that we keep it as it is, for the reason that it is already in structure and in effect, and regulations, etc., have already been managed.
Yeah, thank you. I have no issue with that. It's just a bit of persnickety in terms of interpretation, but sure. It's not going to have a great big impact. I'm just thinking, you see, because we're devolving.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. The problem is that impact is quite a generic term. So if I were to go and challenge the issue of a complex development in relation to its impact may be one way or the other. It's entirely subjective. So if I were to look at it from a litigation perspective, the subjectivity of impact, is it impactful to me, is it impactful to another? How is the impact appreciated? Is it controversial, is it not? So raises significant architectural or urban design issues giving rise to substantial regional or national controversy. was specifically intended in the committees that designed this work, because it is a matter of, remember, all law is actionable. And in those circumstances, impact would be by far too generic a term for us to treat with, because it would be wide open to subjectivity.
Senator Richards?
Understood. In those circumstances, I withdraw.
Okay. Let's move on to page 6. Senator Richards, subparagraph A.
I want to withdraw that
Roman
one.
2.
Roman 2, yeah.
The word 12 to 2. That was an error on my part. Can we go to the next one?
The next one would be under Senator Dionarine.
Yeah.
No, Chair. In subparagraph A, we still have Roman 2 of Senator Richards, which is the proposed amendment to Roman 17A, which is to adjust the definition of billboards.
Page 6, yeah.
Yes, if I could. Roman 2 in subparagraph 17A. And the intention here is it originally reads billboards or advertising signs, because it doesn't, to me, account for the fact that billboards in the present incarnation can be electronic and or static. And in the context of in a municipality, because of the variety of municipalities we have, electronic billboards are in some instances a challenge. They may be close to a roadway that may be distracting, which is an issue we face in the country. So I think the municipalities should have that sort of clarity in terms of the descriptive.
So, Mr. Chair, I thank Senator Richards for the recommendation. I wish to refer to paragraph 78 of the Planning and Facilitation Development, 73 of the Planning and Facilitation Development Act 2014, where the definition comes from. That's part of the definition of simple development. It's repeated here. A simple development application means an application for billboards or advertising signs. We did in that committee also consider the issue of electronic signs, because we had submissions that electronic signs are not only distracting but cause accidents, etc. And some of them actually cause light pollution for people who live nearby. So the committee, from my first-hand experience, was acutely aware of those matters. We left the word billboard or advertising sign specifically as technologically neutral, because a billboard, whether it is electronic or paper billboard or a work of art or some other form, a billboard is nonetheless a billboard. So even though the recommendation put is electronic or static, it falls outside of the normal mechanisms of parliamentary drafting, which is to state a neutrality, because a billboard, no matter what it is made of, will always be a billboard. So it's not confined in terms of the method of construction or demonstration. So whilst I certainly welcome the Honourable Senator's recommendations, the manner in which it is proposed to be amended would fall outside of technological neutrality and would also fall outside of our drafting style.
So it already considers all
Yes,
forms.
billboard will definitely already entail electronic billboards, etc.
Thank you. Well, I withdraw in that case.
It's withdrawn. Thank you. Senator Dara?
Yeah, just for the record, my understanding of a billboard is a large outdoor signboard. So whether it is static or electronic.
Thank you. Having withdrawn, we move on to Senator Dionarine. Page 7, subparagraph C.
For members, that's page 9 of the bill, just for ease of tracking.
Yeah, it's page 9 of my bill as well, the copy that I have. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Before I put my justification for this proposed amendment on the floor, this matter actually, this clause did not come up during the debate, so I would like to ask the Minister what was the specific reason for the choice of 5 years?
Sure. So there was a very specific reason. We've had this debate about the disqualification for persons. And people ask, well, what is the appropriate qualifying marker? In matters involving issues where honesty is a requirement, we usually raise the bar up to issues of honesty. So we take it down to a breach of the Integrity in Public Life Act or perjury or certain matters of honesty, misbehavior in public office, etc. In our older laws, starting with the Representation of the People's Act, if you want to take a very well-known law, there's this standard of 1 year. 1 year, unfortunately, in light of the evolution of laws and the penalties that we've put, has become something, don't laugh, the sale of rotten tomatoes lends itself to 1 year imprisonment. That's under the Municipal Corporations Act. So the bar of 1 year is an extremely low bar legislatively. And you can find that there are a number of summary and indictable offenses that are too low in trigger at 1 year. And therefore the committee specifically contemplated a 5-year bar, because that's closer in mark with where we find the prescriptions of penalties that are weighty. The last thing that one wanted to do, bearing in mind that penalties can be ascribed in no-fault basis, if I can use it that way. Sometimes it's easy to trip a penalty. It may be a fixed penalty arrangement. There may be something which leads to this through fixed penalty or administrative fine that leads to offense after. 1 year was felt to be too low. So we did have discussions in relation to that. It's something that we speak about quite often when we get to legislative prescriptions for both the sums of fines and the term of imprisonment that are both recommended.
Okay, so Mr. Vice President, through you, I understand what the minister is saying. However, I had a quick look at the Summary of Offences Act, and what concerns me is clauses 23(1)(c) and 14(a), A and B, which speaks to convictions for stealing of livestock and stealing of agricultural produce, which have a penalty period of more than 1 year, upon first conviction, more than 2 years, and less than 7 years, right? So therefore, and we are talking about local government, something that, and predia lastly, something that touches very close to local government. And I'm not too sure if I'm entirely comfortable with allowing a councillor to be able to be selected having had, with a probability of having had convictions of this sort, or for predia larceny, especially for those regional corporations that are highly agricultural based.
The Honourable Senator is correct that the Summary Offences Act would have penalties such as that, but summary offences are contained in the corpus lexus. In all of the laws, summary offences are set out. So you have summary offences in every piece of law. In this Municipal Corporations Act, there's summary offences. In the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, in the Representation of the People Act. So all of the bodies of laws have the inclusion of summary or indictable offences or offences triable either way. I do agree with you that what you're pointing to is fairly significant, but there are equally trivial examples with 1 year. And the problem is, how do we find the balance?
The committee in its fulminations felt that 5 years was an appropriate matter
because 1 year across the mark, there are so many examples of trivial matters at 1 year that could cause a position out, and then you'd be thrown to the mercy of Section 87 of the Constitution, which is to go and seek the power of pardon, which is an involved process in and of itself.
Mr. Vice President, through you, then, given what the Honourable Minister has said, could consideration be given to at least 2 years?
So it's been 13 years I've been in Parliament where we've come down to committee stages where we trade off years and figures. And I have to tell you that I find it very ad hoc to treat with it that way. Usually we prepare a matrix of offences, which is what this committee did. We compare it to other laws, and then we find a sort of a parameter. I feel a sense of discomfort sitting here to just make it up, bearing in mind that the committee would have used the basis of matrices and comparisons for the many years that we looked at this. Remember, this recommendation doesn't only come now. The legislation crafted in 2008, 2009, 2010, we now stand in 2022. I'd not want to lightly throw out that work at the table now, most respectfully.
Through you, Mr. Vice President, I understand what the Minister is saying, but for the record, I want to say that I am very uncomfortable with this. However, given the explanation that the Minister has made and understanding the delicate nature in which the committee would have treated with this particular clause, I will withdraw it. but for the record, I'm deeply concerned and uncomfortable with it.
Thank you, Senator.
Following on Senator Dionarine's point, why do we have to go with years? Couldn't we use a different form of criteria?
Yes, we could, but then what about the architecture of the entire law? So if we use Section 11, councillors' representation, term of office, and qualifications. Councillors shall be elected. So we're dealing with the elective provisions. And this particular clause is intended to treat with L, paragraph L. So a person is disqualified from being a councillor if we get to H, I, J, K, and then we have K, which has been renumbered, has been convicted of an offense which carries a penalty of 5 years or more. Now, if we look at the run-up to that wicket in the whole of Section 11, Subsection 8, the disqualification for being a councillor. So there are multiple versions of disqualification. Own act under acknowledgement, you swear to another flag. You're adjudged a bankrupt, mentally ill, etc., under sentence of death or sentence of imprisonment exceeding 12 months imposed upon him by a court. So if you get to subparagraph D, we have a 12-month marker. So here we have that 12-month. It's in K. There's a further L, has been convicted of an offense which carries a penalty of 5 years or more. So now this is the conviction. You're not yet at sentence, to be distinguished from D, where you're serving sentence for 12 months. So we didn't throw out 12 months. We kept it. You're serving a sentence 12 months, which would take care of Senator Dionarine's discomfort. But when we get to has been convicted of an offense, it doesn't say that you're serving a sentence yet, because it may be a sentence which is deferred, it may be commuted, you may be doing something else. So we actually have 2 bites at the cherry, not 1. So I hope that Senator Dionarine would accept the recommendation that way. I see her head saying no. There's still apparently a discomfort. But this is the committee's view of what it thought in light of significant public consultation.
I sure heard this quiet, but I accept what you say.
So if we were to go with you're convicted for a penalty with 1 month, with 1 year, 12 months, but you're serving at 12 months, then there's no in between the two.
No, I was just thinking whether, like when you're doing the disqualifications from office that found guilty of any offense involving fraud or dishonesty or something along those lines, rather than pegging it to a time of conviction.
Those are reflected in the rest of Section 11, subparagraph 8 in the existing Municipal Corporations Act. They're reflections of that. So this isn't a one-shot only clause for disqualification. I mean, it stands out because it's in the amendment bill as a reference to part of the Municipal Corporations Act. Don't forget there are also resolutions, there's public pressure, etc.
Thank you. Moving on, Senator Richards has indicated that
well, in light of Senator Dionarine's statement that the Honourable Senator is still uncomfortable and it's not been withdrawn, you would have to put it to the vote.
No, I indicated that I will withdraw.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
Thank you. She said she was uncomfortable, but she still withdrew. So, would you like to withdraw the next?
Yes, I withdraw the next one.
Okay, so it follows that you move on to page 12 with you?
Yes, the other one, the next one is in subparagraph M, Roman 1, in the proposed section 33B. Insert the following new subparagraph after subparagraph G. It may not necessarily be after G, but the intention is to take into consideration, through you, Mr. Chair, many of the discussions that came up in the JSC, which I had the honor to sit on, like the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. where many of the business chambers and other stakeholders who were in the municipalities complained bitterly about the fact that interface and the chance to collaborate to develop particularly small and micro businesses was non-existent. And given that later parts of the bill speak to the development of opportunities within the municipalities for the burgesses, I thought the insertion of, quote, collaborate with registered business chambers within the municipality to identify business opportunities for burgesses and the corporation would have been an appropriate mandate, as is stated in 33B, which starts the municipal corporation of a corporation, the municipal council, sorry, of a corporation shall be responsible for, and it reads A to J presently. But there were several discussions with various stakeholders about the opportunities that were lacking in the present incarnation to collaborate with the chambers, with the municipalities for that sort of initiative and the development of business opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honourable Senator. Honourable Senator, this clause is the proposed new responsibilities 33C of the Executive Council.
Yeah.
So in terms of legislative drafting, in bills we sometimes put powers and functions as a core feature of bills, as I know you're well aware. So here we are, roles and responsibilities of the Executive Council. The chapeau reads, the Executive Council shall be responsible for. The proposed amendment effectively says, shall be responsible for collaborating with registered business chambers within a municipality to identify business opportunities for burgesses and the corporation. The danger of including something that specific is that you're now subjected to the risk of judicial review and mandamus as an aspect of judicial review. So in the public law remedies available in litigation, a corporation can be brought forward in litigation to mandate it to do something. This is so specific that one would have to know what are the registered business chambers, and you must identify business opportunities, which then leads you into the opportunity as to whether you have failed to or not. So whilst I think that the aim is entirely legitimate and bona fide, wearing my litigation cap that I've worn for my entire life until now, I should say I still wear it, my fear is that this can be abused. So the problem is, how will this be twisted? Now, if I look to the rest of Section 33, which is being proposed in this clause, and we see you're determining broad strategies for implementation consistent with the decision of the Council, allocating financial and other resources to divisions, collecting and exercising responsibility and accountability for effective day-to-day management, approving plans and programs for the divisions, reviewing the operations of various divisions, coordinating the operations of various divisions, reviewing the bylaws of the corporation and other regulations. These are all things that are within safe harbor, but they also include, when you get down to the divisions section, Section 66, I believe it is, that you're going to find the breadth of what you're looking for, which is the collaboration of business chambers, etc., and opportunities. But left as it is, I fear that it will be exposed to an application under judicial review and mandamus or certiorari, which are very easy triggers to pull and would involve litigation.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I fully understand what the Minister, I almost said the AG, the Minister of Local Government has indicated. One of my concerns, as I indicated before, is that one of the intentions of this bill, this new incarnation of local government, is to empower the corporations to determine these councils and to ensure that a lot of what has not transpired in the past is taken care of, because we have seen so much abdication of duty, and I'll say it plainly, in the present incarnation of local government, and the empowering of these corporations, municipalities now is the aim to serve as an engine of growth in the municipalities. And I just don't want to, it may seem like I'm dwelling on minutiae in quite a number of my proposed amendments, but it's because I've been able to sit through those deliberations with stakeholders, which were extensive, and hear from the burgesses themselves and the stakeholders themselves, them lament about the corporations acting without any form of collaboration and not facilitating growth and driving growth in the municipalities. So that's why I've really zeroed in on quite a number of these areas, but I understand the legal drafting challenges that you've identified, and as such I'll withdraw. But I just wanted on the record that I'm hoping that, given the latitude you've outlined, that there's still some room for holding these municipalities accountable in this way, because not holding them accountable has not served us well in the past. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If I could bring some comfort to my friend, Senator Richards, there are two sections that are relevant here. If I go to 37 itself, as is proposed to be amended, I go to 37, subsection 4, which is at page 34 of the bill. You'll see municipal corporations may hold quarterly meetings with its burgesses to inform of the performance of the corporation during the quarter and to clear the concern of the burgesses. Secondly, in the standing committees that are being brought into life in section 69, as it's proposed to be amended, of the Municipal Corporations Act, there is again civil society development. But when you get to the bylaw making functions of municipal corporations, and I should say this Municipal Corporations Act has now become my Bible. All of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago that I've been accustomed to are now put into one piece of law that touches so many others. There is a deeper involvement, a significantly deeper involvement in the business and societal interactions with the council. A lot of the consultations that have come about demonstrate exactly what you have said, Honorable Senator. The complaint is real, but a lot of it has been because the result has been stymied by the lack of integration between the council and the administrative body of municipal corporations. In other words, then, you had municipal corporations elected that couldn't control what they had before them. So the integration of a municipal council and an executive council, together with the amendments that replicate Section 85 of the Constitution, where the CEO must act under the mayor's hand, like a permanent secretary would, together with the bylaws, together with Section 37, together with Section 69, can hopefully, in the round, come a lot closer to what you have so correctly observed.
Because we have a long way to go, I won't belabor the point. Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
So we're moving on. Senator Richards, to your next proposed amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Moving to the next proposed amendment, and this may be also an issue of legal drafting, and it...
Mr. Chair, just was paragraph B of Senator Richards's position, that was withdrawn, right?
Yes, okay,
because it was correct. Thank you, just for the records, thanks. So C, sorry, I did interrupt you, Honourable Senator.
Yes, so we move to the next proposed amendment, which is Roman 3, C Roman 3, and it may be an issue of legal drafting. I just found leaving occupier premises, owner or occupier premises, a bit open. Is it that occupier is presumed to be authorized occupier in the context of municipalities where people may enter and take occupancy of buildings without authorization, and then that occupier can then authorize the officer to remove anything from the premises? And also suggesting that it should be the documented approval of the owner or authorized occupier, because we've come to find there are divergent views on who gave permission, when and where, in various circumstances in Trinidad, which may lead to issues down the road.
Well, I'm tempted to say that you've spent a lot of time in court, because those are the exact issues that come up. So, number one is we've kept within the architecture of existing law, owner or occupier. The putative or purported owner or occupier is always an issue, and there are always third-party interests in matters such as this, right? Was there lawful authority, etc.? The law as it's drafted proposes that we stick with the language as suggested in 33I3, where the owner or occupier of premises permits entry So there must be consent of an officer of the municipal corporation onto premises. The officer shall only remove the thing from which the premises with the approval of the owner or occupier. So that's one within existing language, similar to non-warranted consensual entry. That's the standard language that we've used. Two, if we were to introduce the concepts of authorization and documented approval, then we're entering into a realm of too many hurdles, legally speaking, because the due process allows us to complain about it in court. Remember, what follows is important. Next, subsection 4, where the owner or occupier premises under 2 refuses to allow, you have to go and get a warrant. So the warranting aspect is the due process guard to subsection 2 and to subsection 3. And in the event of a dispute, we would have to now go and speak to this. Now, there's one further point in law. If we were to amend this section this way, the question of implied repeal jumps in. So will we, in a subsequent amendment to the law, which is this, affect other laws by adjusting the law such that you must have documented and authorized positions? The argument can be raised in law that if we pull this end of the thread of the tapestry, that we're going to unravel the rest of the tapestry by the mechanism of what is referred to as implied repeal. And therefore, I have to be extremely careful to stay within the boundaries of safety. So in the round and in summary, number 1, it's the precedented language. Number 2, it is with consent. Number 3, there is due process consideration that is a safeguard. Number 4 is that subsection 4 specifically requires, if there is refusal, that you go and get a warrant, and that must satisfy a magistrate. Number 5, the caution against implied repeal is important. So in all of those circumstances, I can't get to the support for this.
Well, I understand that through you, Mr. Chair. And regarding your reference to 4, my concern is not even about the refusal, because that may be easier to identify, is that where there's a discrepancy as to whether I actually gave permission or not. And because we're granting new powers to officers of the municipal corporation, as opposed to members of the TTPS or other agencies that generally have that sort of authority, and in municipalities that are getting new powers, my concern is that these discrepancies may arise and people may say, well, I didn't grant X any permission, it's not documented anyway, to remove anything from my premises.
Even the TTPS doesn't have power to remove things from private dwellings without a warrant. They may have the position in hot pursuit to have certain entries. There may be qualifications to those proposals. But even the TTPS, the FIU, the public health ordinance is a very different mechanism, because that is saved law, etc. But this is one where if there is any form of dispute, the question is what's the remedy? And the remedy is that you can actually action your point in a court of law, so that there's due process as a safeguard behind the very legitimate concerns that you put forward. And I suppose that one of your further concerns would be what happens if the person just didn't know better?
Well, I understand what you're saying, so I just wanted to raise this as a point of concern, because I think the realm we're going into here is really virgin ground, for lack of a better term, and there are going to be many instances where people are going to have to become quite okular with a new paradigm of operating, and to me the protections need to be in place to protect people's property, privacy, and interests. In a variety of 14 different municipal corporations. It's not even one central operation anymore. So you could have so many different interpretations and lead to so much litigation around the way if we are not absolutely clear on what is permissible and what is not.
Just to be clear,
yes,
you're withdrawing?
Sorry, Chair?
Based on your explanation and your comments, have you
Yes, I withdraw.
Okay, moving on to paragraph N, Roman 3. Senator Richards.
This one may be implied. I just wanted clarity because it originally says, let me just get the reference in the original. It's on page 18 for colleagues following. And it in Section 34, and in Section 34, Roman 3C, discipline or dismiss its employees. And my suggestion is to insert in accordance with provisions established in the 12th schedule after the word employees. Is it implied? Because there's a schedule that deals with grievance and disciplinary issues.
I thank the Honourable Senator for the very sharp question. If you turn the page and you get to 34B, capital B, so that my bill is slightly differently numbered. So mine is 18, yours will be 19, right? If you look at 34B, the grievance procedures applicable to disputes shall be that set out in the 12th schedule. So it is specifically tied to the 12th schedule.
Senator Vera.
AG, I'm going through the Act itself, and I don't see provision for conflicts of interest. Now, one of the things that was going through my mind when Senator Dionarine spoke was whether somebody who might be engaged in a calling where there would be a conflict of interest, say you engage in, whether that would debar you. But now it again comes in with all the other employees. I know there's a code of conduct, a code of ethics, but is there provision for when people are conflicted?
Well, immediately Section 29 of the Integrity of Public Life Act prevails. Sections 33, Section 24, Section 14, Declaration of Registrable Interests. Section 29, Conflict of Interest Provisions. So that's external to the Act. I know your question was, is there something internal to the Act? And the answer is, I've not seen one that is internal to the Act, save that there will be code of conduct and rules, etc., to be prescribed. For instance, we in Parliament don't have a code of conduct expressed in the Constitution, but we have one by way of a code of conduct, which is voluntary. What we're obliged to maintain would be the rules governing us pursuant to May's, the Constitution, the rules of Parliament, the Code of Conduct of Parliament, and the Integrity in Public Life Act. So, short answer, it's not in the Act as far as I've seen it, but there are provisions that oscillate around it.
No, but the Integrity Act seems so far removed and triggering it. And since we're talking about decentralizing power and empowering these municipal corporations to deal with the citizens' affairs, one of the ways to avoid corruption and insider dealing, it would seem to me, would be to build within the municipal corporations legislation very powerful conflicts of interest provisions.
I certainly agree with you in the sense that we've done it in many other laws. We have sat, you and I, Senator Vera, for 13 years in the same place, dealing with things like this. But it's not part of the bill before us now. So the default position to that for me is that at least there is the Integrity in Public Life Act, and there will be a code of conduct, and there will be laws that safeguard against that risk. I think that one of the difficulties is in being specific as to how it is to be managed. Not that it can't be, I accept your point. I do undertake to have a look at it. I can tell you there are a number of amendments that I am looking at in terms of this Act itself, a huge host of amendments that didn't form parts of these, moving towards demerit points, fixed penalty provisions, etc., how we manage all of those things. And I think that's a very worthwhile recommendation, Honourable Senator, which I will certainly be looking at.
Thank you, Minister. Just for the record, Senator Richards, your proposed amendments to N3?
It's withdrawn.
Withdrawn? Okay. It's still within your court for subparagraph O for the proposed subsection 34A.
2D.
2D, yes.
It originally reads in 34A D, give donations or charitable subscriptions to charitable institutions, benevolent funds, and other objects calculated to benefit its employees. And given that we spent quite a bit of time amending the NPO Act recently so that there is accountability in
Would you forgive me for interrupting?
Absolutely.
Under the Board of Inland Revenue provisions, you may achieve charitable status without being an NPO entity. So you can be a charitable organization as a limited liability company, as a person, as a statutory authority, as a foreigner, as a trading as, etc. So because the charitable status is something specifically maintained by the Board of Inland Revenue, if we were to confine it just to NPOs, which is one of the subsets of personalities in law, remember, person in law may be a juridical, statutory, or other entity, as well as an individual, which is a natural person. So I think it would be prudent for us to leave it in a wider context, as opposed to narrowing it to NPOs.
How do we protect against the possibility of a municipality just giving it to?
Section 116 of the Constitution, the Auditor General. So there's a check and balance there. So the statutory arrangements in the Constitution provide for the Auditor General to audit these accounts. We're now adding in management accounts when you get to the amendments later on. So the safeguard to this is the line item. So the line Ministry with responsibility is going to migrate from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the Ministry of Finance. The management accounts must be done. The Audit Committee, if you look to the setup of the Audit Committee and understanding committees, that Audit Committee is now comprised of individuals from outside the corporation, including members from civil society, and like the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by the opposition member, the minority member, and where there's none, by somebody from the Ministry of Finance in the what you call that unit? What is the Ministry of Finance unit again, Alison? Central Audit Unit. The Central Audit Unit of the Ministry of Finance. So the check and balance, to answer your question, how do you protect against it? Multiple remedies. 1, Audit Committee. 2, Auditor General, Section 116 of the Constitution. 3, minority leadership, etc. 4, managerial structures beyond accounts. So there are multiple areas there.
I understand what you're saying, but we have had situations in the past where donations of state funding have gone to so-called charitable institutions that do not meet muster, in spite of the fact that those safeguards exist that you've identified. And that, to me, when we're talking about the delineation of authority in this circumstance, is where my concern lies. As I said, given our history, we can't just not be aware of what we've faced in this country before. And I think it would be irresponsible not to raise these concerns in the context of trying to safeguard the interest of taxpayers, because these municipalities now are going to have the power to collect residential property tax and in some instances borrow money, albeit under the authority of the Minister of Finance.
But remember, this is on a pension scheme, right?
Yeah.
So the pension scheme is managed. So Section 34A, the corporation shall provide for the establishment of a pension scheme. 2, without prejudice to subsection 1, a corporation may, under a pension scheme, do the following. So this is not the mayor's fund or appropriated monies, etc. There are very strict rules that govern pensions. There's legislation, there's structure. So there's a much narrower window than the mayor's fund.
Right. I'm comforted by your response. Thank you. I withdraw, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Just for the record.
Sure, go ahead.
Charitable institutions are D. It's not general. It is in the specific context of a charity which has been recognized by the Board of Inland Revenue and the Minister of Finance. Because, people think charitable institution could be anything once it's, but for the record, it's meant in that technical sense.
Rules in trusteeship are very, very significant in pension funds. So breach of trust is a significant consequence.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Minister. In that case, I withdraw.
Okay, Mr. Senator Richards, paragraph Q.
In light of the earlier conversation about the challenges with specificity, I also withdraw that F Roman 1, because it kind of falls in line with the same logic that the Minister would have identified earlier on. So should I move, Mr. Chair, to Roman 2?
2?
Yes. This is going to be quite controversial in some regard, and there may be auditing laws that abide here, but it really speaks to what our colleague Senator C. Prasad identified in her presentation, where there's an abysmal track record of corporations in terms of presenting audited financial reports. In some instances, I think Senator C. Prasad identified as much as 15 years, 22 years. And I think it's an atrocity. And that's why my suggestion, it may not fall in line with auditing practices or may not be possible at all, but I still put it to show that there must be some mechanism in place to hold these municipalities to account when it comes to audited financials. So this suggestion is timely. And timely, yes, has a specific meaning, and accurate reporting on all matters of financial nature, including audited financial statements of the municipal corporation within 18 months of the reporting period. That may pose a challenge to some, but I think now that these municipalities are able to collect money and spend taxpayers' dollars, I think it is extremely challenging to accept that these new powers can be bestowed upon the municipalities and they not present audited financials within, and that timely is very specific there. I know timely means timely, but is that enough to mandate the accountability practices where this is concerned?
Mr. Chair, following upon the revelations by Senators Dionarine and C. Prasad, I made it my business to go back to the ministry and discover where corporations were. I'm very pleased to say, though not good enough, in the case of Point Fortin, where the report was that there were 22 years outstanding, turns out they submitted every single statement up to 2016, if not 2017, and they're all at the Auditor General's office. So it wasn't that the corporation had not submitted it, it's that the Auditor General had not finished the auditing accounting from 1999 to that date. But the point is just as good, right? Because the point is that the audited financials submitted were not yet brought forward. The relief, albeit not good enough because 2016, 2017 is still some time ago, is that your point is well made. If I look at the proposed amendment, which is a repeal of subsection F and a restatement of it in the form circulated. So we're looking at F says timely and accurate reporting on all matters of a financial nature. But you're now adding in including audited financial statements. Just to remind that the audited financial statements are taken care of in a different provision. The audited financial statements have to be produced by the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee must deal with that. But remember that this law is subject to the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And if you get to section 116 of the Constitution, subparagraph 4, and you look at the fact that the Auditor General is actually constitutionally required to submit audited financials every year. The question is, what are we going to do about that? We have to improve plant and machinery, people, processes, and obviously the operations of law. So the law as it's stated, we have to disaggregate the auditing function, which is in a different section, from the reporting function for financial activities. 35C says what the division of the corporation with responsibility for finance, planning, and allocation of resources shall be responsible for. The divisions are set up in section 69. So 35C must be read with section 69. 69 must be read with the Constitution. The Constitution already requires the Auditor General in section 116.4 to submit audited financial statements every year. Now, one of the major problems with corporations that they complain about, they desperately want access to their money. Port of Spain City Corporation is sitting down on $45 million of unspent balances that they cannot get unlocked because the audit department has constraints in the ministry. This law proposes that the audit can be supplemented by an external auditor, just like the Constitution allows. That is a watershed moment because I can assure you, having worked with 8 corporations of the 14 now, face-to-face, week-to-week, I'm literally on the field every single day. These corporations are desperate to get their monies because they want to spend it on their burgesses. So I do feel that the amendments that we're proposing by this law will take us much closer to the mark, and I'd like to say that the minister with responsibility for digital transformation is the back end to the work that the minister with responsibility for operationalization is doing. I am literally leading the charge on digitization right now. The introduction of IFMIS, the introduction of IRIS, which are the government platforms for resource management, e-procurement, and also an e-vote book system. So we are literally digitizing the ministries right now, which means that the currency of accounts are going to come forward. So I've given an instruction. A lot of this required process reform. And the process reform had to bring it current, you have to have the data. And the data submissions were being lost, not properly maintained, but we're moving to an entirely digital platform. And that is going to have a significant effect on the time lag or time lead for accounting presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It may seem like I'm withdrawing quite a few, but I have no problem putting them on the record because I think it's important for the country to hear that someone is looking out for accountability factors, because at the end of the day, if the corporations and municipalities are not operating efficiently and above board, it damages the ability of the burgesses to get the services that they so, in some instances, desperately require.
And also to just remind that under the Constitution, there's a joint select committee to inquire into and to report on municipal corporations.
Noted, Senator Vera. Senator Richards, your amendment to proposal subsection 35D, part 1, which is on page 22.
Yes, and in this instance, I am suggesting, and I know the 35D, just for clarity in those following, the division of the corporation with responsibility for recreation grounds, sporting and exercising facilities and other public spaces shall be responsible for. And my suggestion, because it clearly states just as one of the examples, developing, maintaining and managing recreation grounds, sporting and exercising facilities, and other public spaces. Because we have specified exercising grounds and sporting facilities, I think because of the makeup of Trinidad and Tobago and the importance of culture in all our lives, as a country, we're a very culturally rich country, and I know it says other public spaces. The insertion of the word "and cultural" after recreation may specify us placing a particular level of profundity and importance on cultural grounds, and the importance of cultural grounds in the municipality's consideration of its obligation to maintain and develop these cultural grounds. So some may say, well, it's implied. I'm saying it should be stated as a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honorable Senator. I think your point is profound. Culture is a diversification tool. Culture is an employment tool. Culture is part and soul of how we enjoy our fabric of life. The constraints that I'm faced with in legislative drafting meets with reality because sporting grounds are easy in terms of definition. So either it's a sporting ground or it's not. Recreation grounds are equally easy, and public spaces. Now I want to remind, for a corporation to maintain jurisdiction over anything, the asset or thing must be vested in the corporation. Right now we're in an exercise of completing vesting orders for all 14 corporations. This law, this amendment, proposes the introduction of orphan roads and spaces. Now, that's critically important because those are the things that for over 22 years have not come onto the books of the corporations. And what happens is that residents in areas say, well, look, we're frustrated. This thing is not being maintained. You're not cutting, cleaning, maintaining, etc. So as we vest assets, cultural spaces becomes a little bit difficult because then what is going to be defined
What is going to be defined as a cultural space is open to interpretation. Now, even though I could comfort myself with my own run up to the wicket, which is to say, well, you could only maintain that which is vested, the obligation as to who considers what cultural becomes an issue. And what happens if there's a diversity? So we know public spaces vested, we know recreational grounds and sporting grounds vested, because those are the grounds that the corporation owns. Where culture happens may be so diverse that it becomes very open. So again, the problem is the risk of litigation in compelling the take on to something which is not on the books per se. And then who decides what is culture? You and I, Senator Richards, joked seriously in the Cannabis Control Bill about creating the culture of Paul under the freedom of religion, because the question was, who's going to get a religious license?
Did manage to define a religious organization in that.
Yes, and I was about to say that we then went down to a degree of definition, but this one, if we were to go for cultural places, that becomes an extremely wide concept. What I can assure you is that all things that are vested in the corporation have to be maintained. The introduction of orphan now brings us into things that were never there before. I am aware that my colleague Randall Mitchell, who sits right here looking up at us, is on a significant drive right now in bringing on certain cultural aspects. For instance, there's a huge project at Adam Smith Square that he's championing right now. That will be a cultural space that is vested in the corporation, but which is shared in terms of responsibility by the minister with responsibility for culture and tourism. So if I could respectfully say that I accept your point that culture is important to us, my difficulty is how we define it, and are we going to open the door too wide?
Thank you. With that said, I withdraw. Thank you.
Senator Richards, you're proposed for subsection 35F1? Yes. This is on page 27. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. 35F reads, the division of the corporation with responsibility for spatial planning and building inspection shall be responsible for, and it reads A through B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. And I reads, conducting research in relation to factors which affect land use. And my proposed amendment including and environmental impact, for obvious reasons.
So, Chair, if I could invite the Honourable Senator to recognize the constraint that the environmental protection legislation places upon us, the EMA Act. They have exclusive jurisdiction over environmental considerations and have the tools to engage in those exercises. Some environmental issues, the corporations are not, in a planning perspective, shrouded by the fact that they deal with simple development alone. Because a simple development may be carved out of a complex development. And a complex development under the Planning and Facilitation Development Act is extremely wide. The point of authority for dealing with environmental impact issues is the EMA. They have EOIs, they have assessment reports, they have considerations, they mandate consultation in certain positions. They deal with noise pollution, light pollution, environmental structures, groundwater, even down to whether you could cut a big tree or not. So if we were to include environmental into here, we would then be sharing jurisdiction with the EMA. Okay, the question is, how am I going to resource it for the tool factors? But no planning permission that requires EMA conditionality approval can proceed without the EMA's involvement. And that legislation is in fact, it's so robust that it's sometimes unworkable. The San Fernando waterfront has taken 6 years to get an environmental impact assessment, CEC, done, for us to do 6 months of reclamation work. 6 years to do 6 months of work. Thank the Lord God we got it last week.
Thank you, Minister, for the response. But doesn't conducting research include some sort of environmental impact assessment? And if you go on to J, engaging in future-based planning for sustainable use of resources, including land. Doesn't that imply some sort of environmental impact assessment at some level?
It's different from specifically stating environmental. Again, one, can it be litigated? Two, can it be stopped because you didn't do an environmental aspect? Three, are we going to impliedly repeal aspects of the Environmental Management Authority legislation because a subsequent law affects an earlier law? So again, it's that thread on the tapestry if we start to pull for good reason that we end up in troubles. And the last thing I want to do is to end up in the Privy Council arguing that no, we didn't intend to impliedly repeal a section of the EMA Act.
Thank you. I'll withdraw.
Senator Richards, your proposed subsection 35H, Part 1C, deletion and substitution, page 29.
Mr. Chair. We're moving on to 35H 1C. Heritage sites. And H1 for those following reads, the division of the corporation with responsibility for community development and social services shall be responsible for. And in C, it reads, developing and securing heritage sites within the community. Given what the Minister identified earlier on regarding the current work being done by the Minister of Tourism, I think that would have dealt with this to some extent. So I can withdraw because it identifies in my proposal, identifying, developing, securing, and maintaining heritage sites, and it may conflict with the ministry. But just as an aside, or actually no, in relation to it, does the minister think through you, Mr. Chair, that the municipality the corporation, in many instances, may be more ideally positioned to identify because they are living in the area and they have an understanding and an appreciation for the cultural nuances and the history of the area, be more ideally posed to identifying or aiding in the identification of these heritage sites within the community?
The real impact is the National Trust, right, for heritage sites, which is again a standalone aspect. The National Trust is an expensive place because maintaining the Parliament was done under the hand of the Prime Minister via Udicot because a committee was established to develop all of these redeveloped areas, President's House, Red House, right around the Savannah, etc. So number one is that we needed to make sure that we didn't take on to ourselves, the corporations, the obligation for maintaining a heritage site, which is what your proposal suggests, because it would fall out with the municipality and into the realm of the National Trust, which is, again, an intrusion into their realm. Not that we are afraid to go into their realm, but we don't have the money they have, bottom line. So they have these supervisory positions, but if you look at the English Parliament to the maintenance of Westminster and all of their positions, that's a multi-billion-dollar maintenance factor. So maintenance is expensive, so the central government thought that we would confine ourselves to developing and securing heritage sites within the community. What that means is a springboard goes for recommendations to take over national trusts. I'm sure we recall the church just next to the on Frederick Street, Greyfriars. There was that big issue as to whether Greyfriars should have been sold and then torn down. But it wasn't a national trust. Protected building, it wasn't a protected heritage site. So in those circumstances, the advocacy that we're placing upon the corporations here is to go and get them listed and preserved.
Well, if I could, through your chair, not necessarily, and that's why I specified identifying, not necessarily doing the classification of. They can use that identification because of their proximity to the situation to recommend to the National Trust that we think that this can be
but developing and securing includes, in the broadest sense, identification, because you can't develop and secure the thing which is not identified.
Well, you can, respectfully I disagree, you may not be able to develop if you do identify. You have to identify before you can develop anything.
I'll tell you what my slowdown and hesitation is. I always look at this in a litigation lens. Am I going to sue the corporation who didn't go and identify Greyfriars?
Well, I didn't say all.
Pardon?
It doesn't say all.
No, all means all or any. It doesn't mean that you have to do all.
Okay.
You'd have to do any. And again, the question is, Trinidad is a remarkably highly litigious society, and it depends upon who's in government. There's more litigation sometimes than not. Having faced 7 years of it, I'm a little bit cautious as to what I invite by way of lawsuit. I mean, the opposition bench is empty at this point, but let me not point fingers.
You know I'm not going to get into that debate.
Sorry?
You know I'm not going to get into that debate.
I'm just teasing.
Chair, I have a
Senator
question.
Richard, earlier you had withdrawn, you had originally withdrawn that for the recording.
Yes, I did.
But you were seeking further clarification.
Yes, I withdrew it. Yes, I was just
Okay.
adding
Very
further
well.
clarification. So yes, it's withdrawn.
Okay.
Can we move now to the next, Chairman?
Yes, so we move on. I saw a mic down.
Yes.
Senator Dylan Remy.
Yes, I was just asking in support of Senator Richards' question about the importance of the corporations maintaining heritage sites. Now, I'm just looking at the yes, National Trust, but and Ministry of Tourism. These organizations are all very far from those sites within the corporation. Is there any way of, instead of having like a silo, in other words, this is in my community, is in my corporation, but I can't do anything about it because somebody else is responsible for the maintaining of it? I think I'm in agreement with Senator Richards from that point of view. You are removing from central to local, and a heritage site is important. So I can understand what you're saying, AG, Minister, about the not wanting to conflict with organizations like National Trust, but is there any way of making it a more cohesive action so that the community takes responsibility for what is happening in that community for these sites?
May I, Mr. Chairman? Thank you, Honorable Senator. I think that the point is really an excellent explanation of the very concern that Senator Richards is volunteering. But permit me to say the following. There is a confluence of governance, and there will always be entities that are closer in proximity than others. In this particular construct, I want to remind that under the Planning and Facilitation Development Act, complex developments are separated out of simple developments. So we're giving development issues on a simplified basis to the municipal corporations, as defined in the Planning and Facilitation Development Act, Sections 47 and Section 73, and in the Interpretation Section, Section 2. That in and of itself recognizes that more complex things, complex developments, environmental management issues, and heritage issues stay with the place that has not necessarily the best proximity in terms of distance, but that have the expertise and resources to manage it. Because remember, anything that we add by way of maintenance to the local authority will have to be funded. And if we're going to populate the statutory fund, as this new law suggests a statutory fund will be developed, we need to make sure it's adequately resourced and that they have the expertise to treat with it. It was not until Prime Minister Rowley brought in the Cuban government that we got the ability to, in fact, the recommendation that came to the Buildings Committee was that we had to tear down Millefleur and tear down other buildings, and Prime Minister Rowley said, I refuse to accept that that is the only advice. That was on the books for decades. And Prime Minister led the mission to Cuba, and they came and actually restored these buildings, and at a cost that was so competitive, it was unbelievable. So we respectfully believe that the maintenance of these issues, heritage sites,
better falls within the jurisdiction of the National Trust, etc., and that we leave the simpler version of it, just like planning and facilitation development, to the municipal corporations.
Senator Richards?
Yes, yes, Chairman.
Subparagraph Q, proposed subsections for 35H.
Part 2, and the original reads, I think this is on page 30, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? Correct, okay. Right, it follows through from 35H that we read before. And, right, so it reads, apologies, part 2 reads, for the purpose of this section, facilitating social and community development means creating opportunities for people-oriented development that is focused on building communities, and, in parentheses, local cultural community event means an event which relates to a form of the performing arts, festivals, rituals, and customs celebrated by a group belonging to or restricted to a particular area or region of Trinidad and Tobago. And it may be a nuance of one's interpretation of the English language, but I am wondering if the minister could explain why restricted and not a suggestion that I have as specific to. What is in terms of understanding the intention of restricted here as opposed to specific as my proposal suggests?
Chair, just for clarification, there are two material amendments proposed to this definition. One is change local cultural event to local cultural community event. Sorry, my one says local cultural event. Okay, that was amended in-house. Okay. Sorry, I'm working with an earlier iteration of the bill, right? And effectively take restricted out and put specific to. Yeah? I'm guided by the CPC's department, Ms. Ida Eversley, somebody who I think has guided us through more laws than anybody could imagine. We all know her and respect her, so I pay homage to her right now, saying that specific and restricted give us the same position in terms of interpretation. So, or specific to a particular area or restricted to a particular area, I think it's the same thing. And the recommendation coming from CPC's end is that this is the formula that they usually use. Yeah.
If that is the case, I have no problem withdrawing it.
Senator Timal, we recognize the withdrawal of that 35H suggestion, proposed amendment. Senator Timal? From page, proposed subsection 35I, C.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm proposing that substitute the word constructing, because we're speaking about...
You're a bit low on volume. Can you just repeat from the beginning, please?
Yeah, I'm proposing that the word conducting be deleted and we substitute the word constructing. The reason being we are talking about infrastructure, and I think conducting infrastructure it's not appropriate, it doesn't read right. So either we use constructing and maintaining infrastructure, or if the minister would prefer, developing and maintaining infrastructure.
So, Chair, what a thing it is to try and interpret language, right? Conducting doesn't necessarily mean constructing, but it may include it. If I could explain. Conducting means that somebody may be doing it for you. Specifically under the Mechanisms of Procurement, Central Tenders Board Act, Section 21A of the Central Tenders Board Act, you may have a state entity or some position accepted
and you may have procurement done that way. So the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, for instance, requests come into us from corporations, and depending upon the level of procurement ceiling, under 500,000, between 500,000 and 1 million, 1 million to 2 million, and then above 2 million, there are different mechanisms for procurement. In certain circumstances, we would therefore procure the Rural Development Company, which is an entity that falls under the auspices of the ministry, to carry out the works. And therefore, in those circumstances, we'd be conducting, as the client ministry, the works performed by the Rural Development Company pursuant to the exception to the Central Tenders Board Act, of course with public procurement being done correctly. Constructing would mean that we would be carrying it out ourselves, and therefore the manner in which we procure it would be constrained. So the recommendation for conducting was a specific recommendation to allow for the methodologies of procurement to prevail, because there are multiple methodologies which I've just identified. The word within will be tidied up in cleanup sweep. It is intended to be within as one word and not with and a separate word in.
Yeah, Minister, I think I understand what you're saying, but when we're dealing specifically with infrastructure, I know you have gone back to the issue of procurement, but just it's a question of the terminology from where I sit, not so much from a point of maybe law, but in terms of
sorry to interrupt,
in terms of the engineering, but conducting infrastructure.
Yeah.
As opposed to say, well, if not constructing, but developing infrastructure, it's to me it's a lot more specific in terms of the terminology of infrastructure. I mean, if we're conducting a study of the infrastructure, I could understand that. You're conducting a study of infrastructural development or expansion or whatever it may be.
I understand. Before Senator Vera jumps in, we're dealing with the law. So we have two different disciplines, you and I. You're engineering, and I'm a lawyer. Now performing other things, but still with law.
Right, I'm also a bush lawyer.
There you go. All of us in here are makers of the law. Everybody in here is a maker of the law, so we're all participants. But it really is a matter of legal interpretation. And therefore, it is the procurement structures that you have to do. If we go for constructing, we're going to narrow the procurement window in law, and we're going to be confined in that regard. So that's the complication, because we're settling the law now. And therefore conducting, which is a broader concept than constructing, is the tool that we have to use. So I know Senator Vera wanted to say something.
Yeah, Senator Vera.
Yeah, no, I take your point, AG, because if you put constructing, the division of the corporation with responsibility may not have the resources to do that type of infrastructural development. But if you put it there, then you have effectively blocked out Ministry of Works, Rural Development Company. Whereas conducting means the way of administering a business, direction of an orchestra. Yeah, so I think the terminology is correct.
Senator Timal, given the explanations for both 35IC and 35ID.
Okay, well, yeah, Chairman. It's two lawyers here.
Both, okay.
Against
against
an engineer, so.
35IC and 35ID.
So I would, in that context, I'll withdraw.
Okay. Senator Timal, the next proposed amendment for subsection 36.
Mr. Chair, is it at all possible that some word might have been missing there? You know, between conducting and maintaining infrastructure. I'm looking at something here that says conducting a proper infrastructural assessment. Is it that after you conduct that there must be something done before you reach the maintenance?
Senator Thompson, exactly what clause are you referring to?
Same thing. I just went back to it.
Okay, after you.
Because I'm not comfortable with the language.
Seeing the word assessment, sorry.
No, I am saying, I'm not seeing it, but I'm saying perhaps what may be happening is that there is something that is missing from there.
So it says, shall be responsible for conducting and maintaining infrastructure. So conducting and maintaining infrastructure within the municipality in accordance with the approved programs. It's clear to me.
No, I'm just saying that I'm looking on the net, I'm seeing something about conducting a proper infrastructural assessment. And I'm wondering if...
I'm not seeing that, sorry, Senator.
No,
what page?
I'm not. I am saying, I just looked, having heard my colleague, I just looked to see conducting infrastructure, if I could find that on the net, and what I found is conducting a proper infrastructural assessment. So I am asking if there's a possibility that something might have been left out in the instructions and the actual framing of this legislation.
I see.
That's my question.
Well, in response, Honorable Senator, the answer is no. We're maintaining infrastructure or we're conducting infrastructure. And by conducting infrastructure, we mean the manner in which we can procure the construction as a part thereof. So it's very specific. Pardon?
You see how you're expanding it? You all see something different, something funny in that.
No, Senator. Conducting and maintaining infrastructure. To me, that is clear.
Senator Timon.
Time will tell.
Yes, Chairman. I think under there's, before we go to section 36, under 35I D.
Yes.
Where it states maintaining government schools and government-assisted schools. I am proposing deleting the word maintaining and using the words conducting repairs too. Minister, the reason why is I recall during the Joint Select Committee meetings, you see, maintenance is broad. We're talking about preventative maintenance. We could be talking about grounds maintenance. We're talking about janitorial maintenance. And whether the intention here is for all of that to be transferred to the corporation. I was under the impression that primary concern would be repairs to the schools, because the other maintenance, janitorial grounds maintenance, is conducted by, is carried out by MTS through the Ministry of Education. So are we really transferring all of that to the corporation when we say maintaining schools?
So if I go to the law as it's proposed to be drafted, so shall be responsible for maintaining government schools and government-assisted schools within the municipality. Maintenance is a positive obligation, which includes certain caveats. There may be wear and tear requirements. There may be buildings that are owned by a different entity but used for a particular purpose. So there may be landlord and tenant issues depending upon who the ultimate owner of the property is and what the terms and conditions are. So the maintenance certainly includes, in terms of usual contractual obligations for maintenance, certainly include repair. But they tend to be limited depending upon the terms and conditions of the arrangement. It may be oral, it may be implied, it may be a transactional arrangement, it may be an express arrangement. The inclusion of the concept of conducting repairs too, I like the fact that you've used the word conducting because it deals with the one that we just discussed. So conducting would include the procurement aspects. But I don't know, because of the scope of it, if that obligation, remember some schools that we're completing right now are to the tune of billions of dollars. Some schools are hundreds of millions of dollars. Some schools are millions of dollars. If we put the positive obligation upon them to repair, which is an enforceable condition in law, pursuant to judicial review, etc., then I'm going to invite the corporation, which is a legal personality, it's a statutory corporation, to be sued for the concept of repair. And that may be the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. Now, maintenance is only a facility managed by the company that handles maintenance now by way of an arrangement. So MTS only does this by way of an arrangement. Some may have it by a private contractor.
Some, in fact, I can tell you CPEP maintains some of the areas as well. So it depends upon who the arrangement is put to. But we're being very specific here to say maintaining government schools. Because if the positive obligation for repair goes, I don't know if that's within the cost budget.
I got the impression that Senator Timal was suggesting that just as you did above, you could say conducting and maintaining government schools and government-assisted schools, which gives you the options.
The issue of schools is a very large issue, a very, very, very expensively large issue.
That's exactly the point, because just as the same way we talked about infrastructure will be very large and very big and outside the capacity, same with schools.
The difference is that the infrastructure is vested in the corporation. So I have a legal liability to conduct infrastructural positions, pavements, structures. In law, I must do that and have the budget to do that. In law, I don't have the budget to maintain to repair a school. So you're asking me to take an obligation in law, which I can be sued for, occupiers liability, state proceedings and other structures set aside, leave aside the state liability and proceedings legislation for a moment. But you're asking me to take a positive obligation, which is a multi-billion-dollar obligation, which can be skewed. So San Fernando City Corporation has a vast number of schools, whereas Mayaro might have by far less, depending on shared geography, investing, and other aspects, right? So we were very specific to say maintaining, because the obligation to repair is somewhere else, because the budget to maintain it is somewhere else. If we put in conducting repairs, a school is not vested in the corporation. It's not vested. That's in the state. We're maintaining it. So it's a chalk and cheese there. We're not comparing like with like.
I thought it would be the reverse of what you're saying, because I seem to distinctly remember several statements being made about schools not being able to reopen on time, or having to shut down schools for a couple of months. And this is why the corporations were being asked to get into the school repairs, because of the tight window that is there.
And the proximity of resources.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Now, the proximity of manpower resources in maintaining is a different thing from the proximity to the access to the funds. So I can tell you right now, the government currently asks in the school maintenance repair every summer, using the long vacation as that word, to get the corporations in to do the maintenance. So we do that right now, but the budget comes from elsewhere. So I'm drawing the legal distinction between the paragraph above, which is infrastructure being vested in the corporation, so you must conduct repairs, and maintaining a school which is vested in the Ministry of Education, which is in the state, because they have the line responsibility, and they actually get the budget for it. So the line notes that are brought for the significant repairs are dealt with by the Ministry of Education, not by the Ministry of Local Government. The maintaining, which is what we're saying, is a positive obligation under this subsection D. We're being specific that we want to accept. How it's disaggregated is a different issue.
Okay, but so could you just clarify then, when we say maintaining, what is the sort of maintenance that's envisaged under this clause?
Sure. So government and government-assisted schools within a municipality will be identified. They will be known. They will be listed and they will be registered. They are not vested in the corporation. They won't fall within the schedule to the Municipal Corporations Act. Those having been identified and listed, the obligation for maintaining them would be put upon the corporation, and that would have to be an agreed maintenance formula. These are the scope of services that are going to happen. You're going to do grounds, you're going to do minor repairs, you're going to do certain scheduled types of repairs, and that will be done by way of a memorandum of understanding or arrangement between the corporation and the school, Ministry of Education. The physical obligation to repair the school to such state and condition as it's habitable for student occupation will still reside in certain circumstances, certainly in the larger economic bracketing issues, with the Ministry of Education.
because the budget lies in the Ministry of Education for those. So it will change from time to time, and the scope will be certified each and every year.
Senator
Okay,
Timmons?
yeah, thanks, Minister.
Have you, okay. Moving on to Senator Richards. Oh, Senator Verriad is having this.
So maintain and repair may have overlaps, but they're separate. Maintain means really to keep it in a certain state or position, like to keep it clean. It may include some repairs, but it's not a positive obligation.
Absolutely. It's a separate, yes, and it's well known in law as to what maintenance involves.
Senator Richards, proposed subsection 35G.
Thank you. I don't
So
feel
page 31.
I don't feel so bad again since I'm with Senator Timmel and debating attorneys. Because of the explanation given by the minister earlier on as to the meaning of all, including any and all, it has implications to these two, so I withdraw 35G A and B and move to G if I could. Mr. Chair, 37.4.
Subparagraph
37.4, the proposed amendment is 37.4. So I withdraw 8 in the proposed subsection 35J, A and B. Both those, because of what the minister explained, any, all meaning all and any, that he explained earlier on. Because there were concerns about the absolute nature of those two statements.
Yes.
Okay. So moving now to the last proposal on page 34, and
that's subparagraph S.
Yes, subparagraph S. Yes.
As we,
Mr. Chair,
as we had hoped to go in order.
Right.
I would have liked to bring in Senator Timmels in.
Yes, sorry.
Prior. No problem. Senator
paragraph
Timmel,
R,
paragraph, proposed subsection 36, page 33. Yeah.
I was proposing that the word in paragraph D, we delete the word engineer and substitute the words municipal engineer. Just several reasons for that. Is that we are changing the titles of the officers of the corporation. For instance, we're changing treasurer to municipal director of finance, medical officer of health to municipal director of health, and then we have introduced a municipal planning director, municipal social services director. Municipal engineering is in itself a distinct discipline, and that's why I'm proposing we use the term municipal engineer instead of the engineer. There are several reasons too. Being a specific discipline, in terms of recruiting the appropriate personnel with the relevant qualifications and everything, the term municipal engineer would guide that process. In terms of setting up the job descriptions, it would assist with the human resource element of interviewing and selecting the appropriate person and those things. So that's why I'm proposing we change to municipal engineer.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the Honourable Senator. It's true that in Section 36 of the Parent Act, we are leaving Chief Executive Officer as is, Corporation Secretary as is. We've changed Treasurer to Municipal Director of Finance. We've left Engineer as is. We've changed Medical Health Officer to Municipal Director of Health. And we've included Planning Director. That comes from the Planning and Facilitation Development concept. And then we have added in Municipal Social Services Director. I think that Senator Timmel has hit upon something that is definitely deserving of attention. My fear in doing it now, if I could let you know, with my undertaking now to have a continued look at it, is that the term engineer, we call the engineer in the municipal corporations the city engineer. Everybody says the city engineer. So it's something that's already accepted, that we have already distinguished in our minds. It's not the engineer from Ministry of Works and Transport, it's not the engineer from somewhere else. In doing a quick look at this from the last day when we got the proposals, I've come across the fact that the engineer is in a number of other pieces of law. Highways Act, Planning and Facilitation Development Act,
Town and Country Planning Act as it currently exists, because the PFADL still has to come into full effect. So I'd like to make sure that we traverse all the areas, because we need to do consequential amendments to the other laws. So if you notice the other clauses, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, there are consequential amendments to other laws, Highways Act included. So if the Honourable Senator would be kind enough to allow me the undertaking, fortunately I'm giving the undertaking as the Minister with responsibility for the bill, and we do intend to come back with other aspects for consideration that I've identified before. It's certainly worth looking at, but we need to harmonize it with other laws that would need to be amended where the terms are provided, and also the Ministry of Public Administration would have to do a certain bit of confirmation for us, which is what we normally do at cabinet level, to make sure there is congruity in the approach.
Yes, Minister, I appreciate your response and your acknowledgement that municipal engineering itself is a distinct discipline.
For sure.
That requires specific skills above other branches of engineering, because the engineer also appears in contract law, particularly under the federal conditions of contract.
Absolutely.
So using this term the engineer, although it's within the context of the Act, municipal engineer to me would be a lot more appropriate. But
I agree.
I'm satisfied with your undertaking to have a more detailed look at it, and that it will be taken up. So I'm withdrawing.
Thank you. We just taken into consideration that it applies to both Part R and S.
Yes.
Okay.
So then S would I would withdraw as S as well, because
yes,
it is tied in with what I proposed earlier.
Okay. Very well. Mr. Vera?
I would, subject to what the AG has said, I tend to support Senator Timal's suggestion because it would be consistent with all the other changes made. And also, if you look at the Highways Act, engineer means in relation to municipal council, and engineer is defined in the Municipal Corporations Act, or any subordinate officer designated for specific purposes relating to highways. So I suspect you will not find it clashing with the other bits, but I agree with you, better safe than sorry.
Last thing I want to do is to make a mistake. So I'd like to have the CPC's department and the rest of the team have a look at it to make sure we scour it properly. Thank you, Honourable Senator, for allowing me to give that undertaking on the record.
And Senator Richards, now we can move on to your proposed subsection 37.4.
Thank you, Chair. And in this case, it relates to the original statement in the bill, which states 37.4. A municipal corporation may hold quarterly meetings with its burgesses to inform of the performance of the corporation during the quarter and to clear the concern of the burgesses. One of the issues that kept repeating itself during the consultations and meetings with stakeholders, through you, Mr. Chairman, was the fact that the corporations in their present incarnation operated as silos, and many of the stakeholders came over and over again. Some that they didn't even read the bill they presented because they just wanted an opportunity to vent as to the lack of services and lack of attention of the corporation personnel. They had no interface with them. They would wait for weeks for a meeting and be dismissed. And I think having a clause like this, a subclause like this, where the corporation may hold quarterly meetings. I don't know if may means shall. That's not my interpretation, because may suggests to me that they may or they may not. And I really believe that a corporation should be held to meeting with burgesses at least once a year, to interface with them, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who the corporation members are ultimately responsible for. And my suggested proposed amendment is a municipal corporation shall hold at least one annual meeting with its burgesses to inform of the performance of the corporation during the year and to address the concern or concerns of the burgesses. Because the option of them feeling that they have an out and don't have an obligation to meet with burgesses, to me, is an atrocity.
So, Mr. Chair, this takes us quite close to what happens in the United States of America. We've seen many a movie, Footloose, where you have to convene a meeting and everybody attends, and there's this mandatory involvement of the stakeholders, the people you represent. So it's a very worthwhile suggestion. The difficulty today is, do we go for shall as opposed to may? Shall is a mandatory provision, and you're correct, shall and may have two totally different interpretations. Sometimes they are conflated depending upon which court you go to. But in the experience with COVID recently, wherever we had the word shall, we had to go and amend the laws to temporarily suspend. Just to remind you, the umpteen miscellaneous provisions bills that I piloted, which caused a whole end of trouble. And then there were the umpteen bills we forgot to amend, which caused a whole set of trouble, or that we were late in amending and we had to retroactively consider. So I certainly believe that we're there, but may I remind that we're at the cusp of a radical transformation as to certain core concepts. We're going from triennial to quadrennial. We're going from part-time to full-time. We're going to new organizational structure. We're going to corporations being mandated in their executive functionality to obey the instructions of the Executive Council. And in those circumstances, I would prefer to give them some room to get some experience and to keep it at may temporarily. If it was to go at shall right now, my fear is we're still endemic, move from pandemic to endemic, we're still in structures. To have the mandatory meeting at this present, I'm not sure if I've covered the ground to do that just yet. But let me press pause. I see Senator Vera wants to jump in.
No, so I don't mean to interrupt you after you finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm suggesting that I accept the validity of the point. I think it's a very solid point. I do know that corporations have in their public meetings, which they're mandated to have once a month, that the attendance of the gallery is there, and that there are interactions for petitions and positions to come forward, so that the mandatory meeting happens once a month for sure. You have to have the meeting, and it's a public meeting, and burgesses can come. The recommendation here is that they shall hold at least one annual meeting with its burgesses to inform of the performance of the corporations, like an AGM, where you're bound to have an AGM. So it's an interesting concept, but I'm saying that there are a lot of working parts to that just yet. And I don't know if we're there just yet because we're at the cusp of a significant change right now. And secondly, we're at the move out of the pandemic. And that causes me some concern.
Yeah. So, well, of course, may, and I'm quoting now from the guidelines of drafting and editing legislation by Ghana, who has done comparisons throughout the world. He says, may is permitted to, has discretion to, has a right to, is authorized to. No problems there. I join with him in the elimination of the word shall, because it's ambiguous, and if we were to accept Senator Richards' position that they must meet, then I would say the word should be must, not shall. But I take a point that you want to cut some latitude, although I tend to agree with Senator Richards, we want to keep them on a tight rein.
I certainly agree. I'll remind of my famous words, just start. Just start, if you judge me by my track record, hasn't been too bad, right? Yeah, if we lay the cards on the table, there's been significant reform that has happened with Just Start. I mean, we would love to have come with much deeper reforms, but unfortunately the opposition is not in a position to lend its support. I have to tell you that working with the corporations on the ground, I get a very different feeling. People are quietly and off record saying, yeah, we support it, we need it, do it. So we'd like to come back with the positions. I think the AGM is a brilliant idea. I don't think I've got enough working pieces in place just yet to do it, and I'd like the opportunity to get there, respectfully.
Well, I understand what you said, but I still want it on record that I think it should be according to, and I'll even amend it further to say must, as suggested by Senator Vera, because while it is a Just Start situation, and I understand it's a significant shift in the way we operate, I really don't think it's anathema for the corporations to start and at least in 365 days, even moving out of a pandemic, be obligated to meet in an AGM-style format with their Burgesses, because the Burgesses are the centerpiece of this legislation. They are the reason for us sitting here today, so that they can improve the efficiency. We can improve the legislative framework for the efficiency of delivery of services to them. And if they are left out of the process by option, what's the point? Because there's no feedback mechanism, which has come to the GSC over and over again, where they are, in many cases, absolutely ignored. Even with the monthly meetings, the format did not facilitate any meaningful engagement, as they said over and over again, and they felt totally left out in terms of their deep-seated concerns for services and remediation in some cases.
Well,
you would have sat in, and some people came to speak about air-conditioned units
I served on
markets.
the Port of Spain City Corporation for many years as an alderman, and very much value that position. I think what you're saying, Honourable Senator, is entirely correct. I'm just looking at the legislative language going into effect now, while so many other moving parts are going into effect now. And what I'm certainly undertaking to revisit the issue. There is a second set of amendments that I wish the Cabinet to consider, and this can be easily added. It will be my second undertaking on the record. Municipal engineer, for sure. This is an excellent recommendation. Even though they have the power to petition, I hear the point, it doesn't give you the mandatory position to report, like an AGM does. So I'm giving the undertaking, if it is acceptable, to come back to the issue.
I accept your undertaking, and under those circumstances, I withdraw. Thank you so much, and thank you, colleagues, for your indulgence.
Recognizing the withdrawal, we move on to Senator Dionarine, subparagraph AK, subsection 79(1).
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just thought that we should include between the line, between the words account and for, that a municipal corporation shall keep accounts as prescribed by the Board of Inland Revenue for all property taxes on residential land. And it continues. And the reason why I suggested that is because the municipal corporation would now be responsible for handling the details and the accounts of all property taxes, whether persons are compliant and or non-compliant, so they have to keep accounts on both of them. And what that would mean, Mr. Vice President, is that with the Board of Inland Revenue handing over its powers for the municipal corporations to collect these taxes, a lot of systems and processes and procedures would also have to be handed over. Now, what I want to avoid from happening is that the municipal corporations come up with their own way of managing these very important accounts. And I think it is critical that the Board of Inland Revenue lend some support and tell, especially since this is the beginning, tell the municipal corporations exactly how to go about doing this.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. So property taxes is lifted from the Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604. The primary obligation for property taxes starts with the Board of Inland Revenue. So if we go to that particular legislation, the assessment of property tax is under Part 3. It begins with Section 10, where the assessment happens, and then that rule is populated. Notice of assessment, exemption, etc. The position of the type of property taxes, commercial, residential, industrial, agricultural, vacant lands, or those that are exempt pursuant to the Property Tax Act, are also an issue of the Property Tax Act. Section 79, which is proposed to be amended, the Honourable Senator is asking for us to include a municipal corporation shall keep accounts prescribed by the BIR. The first issue is accounting is a matter of the Auditor General. So accounts of revenue falls within the realm of the Minister of Finance. Accounts of revenue fall under the Exchequer and Audit Act. Accounts of revenue or revenue under the Constitution, Section 112 onward, Section 114, have to comprise part of the consolidated fund.
The consolidated fund is the fund from which we appropriate monies under the Constitution, done annually. The Property Tax Act, having collected, it technically forms part of the consolidated fund. This law is now saying, look, I can pull the consolidated tax, so we're taking a slight sidestep there, but the accounting mechanisms must be done pursuant to the rules and regulations and obligations under the Exchequer and Audit Act for sure, and there are regulations under the Audit and Exchequer Act. Secondly, there are financial rules and regulations that are also issued under the Exchequer and Audit Act. The Auditor General is the one who will prescribe the structures for accounting. Now, there is a definite confluence, therefore, between Ministry of Finance, Auditor General, and the corporation, and they are not permitted to have an ad hoc approach to the maintenance of accounts. The maintenance of accounts are prescribed in general by the operations of the laws that I've just set out. So a municipal corporation shall keep accounts prescribed for the BIR. The BIR doesn't have the locus in law to prescribe those accounts. So that's the first pitfall with the recommendation, although I understand the point. The legitimate aim is definitely there, and I subscribe to that. So that's the principal problem with the recommendation there. But I've volunteered in my explanation how the rest of the laws work so that you would feel some sense of comfort that there are rules and regulations as to how you bring to account the revenue which is populated from property tax.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I understand what the Minister is saying, but tell me something. The accounts that the municipal corporation have to maintain here for the receipt of property taxes and maintaining who pay and who does not pay and whatnot, how the way in which they go about doing that is different from the accounting framework that the Minister of Finance approves? Because what you're explaining to me is that the Auditor General and the financial regulations, which would inform how they go about doing that. But then there's also the Minister of Finance who prescribes and approves the accounting framework for the municipal corporation. So could you provide some clarification on that, please? Because that's where my misunderstanding was. Because then, if what you're saying is, well, as I respect the explanation, then it should probably say in here, a municipal corporation shall keep accounts according to the Exchequer and Audit Act for all property taxes on residential land. I know I've said a lot, but...
No, you haven't. Your point is the need for caution in terms of standard and consistency and accountability. So your aim is totally legitimate and very well vouched. The problem is that if I say just the Exchequer and Audit Act, I'm leaving out all of the other things. And again, the issue of implied repeal. So laws are intended to be read alongside systems and laws that prevail. We are not amending the Exchequer and Audit Act. We are not amending the other financial regulations, etc. So identifying one would be risky. The point is, the system, now remember there are different types of monies we collect in law. Revenue, of the type that goes to the consolidated fund. Taxes form that type. You have fines, fees, and trust monies on top of that. So there are 4 types of monies that you may collect in law. Having that structured to get compliance is in compliance with a number of laws, not just the Exchequer and Audit Act. There would be the Auditor General's, the financial obligations, the regulations, etc. And we are now going into a different realm. We're going into electronic payments. So the Electronic Transactions Act also bites. The implementation of a whole of government accounting system is being rolled out. I'm very pleased to say that at the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, we were the first ministry in the Caribbean to go online with the collection of monies on an online basis. And I had the pleasure of drafting the financial instructions myself, literally. And that took a whole exercise with the Ministry of Finance, Treasury Solicitor, Controller of Accounts, etc. to get right. So just to assure you, Honorable Senator, that there will be consistency in the regulation and the manner in which accounting is done. Right now, the intention is that this will roll out, of course, on a paper basis, but on an electronic basis as well, so that there's a whole of government. Remember, the Revenue Authority has been passed, it's been partially proclaimed, and therefore the workings of that authority are yet to be factored.
I was just wondering, because we are now carving out Section 112 of the Constitution says, all revenues or other money raised or received in Trinidad and Tobago, not being revenues or other monies payable under the Constitution, shall be paid into and form one consolidated fund. And now what we are saying is that the municipal corporations, when they collect property taxes, get to keep it in their own corporation fund. My question is this a variation of the Constitution that would require a special majority?
So let's answer that question. Let's go to Section 54 of the Constitution. Answer is no. Section 54.1, Section 54.2, Section 112 is not entrenched. So, and it's the reason why we have the appropriation bill as a money bill every year on a simple majority basis. So thanks for the question. I've got a chance to look at Section 54 myself here, and it doesn't, so we have Section 101 to 108, Section 110, and then it jumps to Section 113 in Section 54.2. In 54.3b, 109, 115. We're good. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, Minister, I did not hear your clarification for the difference from the accounting framework that the Minister approves and the accounts that has to be kept here. Forgive me if I
No, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the reminder. The accounting framework is one aspect of it. There are other frameworks that have to comply with the Exchequer and Audit Act, with the Auditor General, etc. So there's more than one framework that the Minister of Finance approves.
So then this will form part of the accounting framework?
Yes, you see, your recommendation is specific to, your first recommendation is prescribed by the Board of Inland Revenue, which has no locus position in law to do it because it's out with the Constitution. The second recommendation is tied to the Exchequer and Audit Act, but that would be one law and not the other laws that comply. So both recommendations only hit part of the situation.
Okay. With that being said, Mr. Chair, I withdraw. I understand and I withdraw.
Senator Dionarine, we move on to your subparagraph AL, subsection 1.
That's the one on page 54, Mr. Chair? Yeah.
59. 49, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I went straight to the last one.
It's page 54.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your guidance. So the logic behind this is that what we are aspiring to is to try and improve the accountability framework. And in trying to improve the accountability framework, what we're also trying to do is to improve the financial accountability and the accounting and the way in which these regional corporations do conduct their accounts and report on their accounts. So in an attempt to assist these regional corporations in doing that, I think what would help is that if we put in this section, have these estimates be submitted for a period of 3 financial years. And I'm saying 3 financial years because, especially because these regional corporations are now going to be collecting revenues, also be open to receiving funds from borrowing, also going to be receiving funds from NGOs and other organizations. So therefore, they would be in a position to not only do a projection on their revenue for more than 1 year, And that would also assist in terms of medium-term budgeting, but also assist the Minister of Finance in the way in which he intervenes to fill that gap that exists within different regional corporations. Because during the debate, the point came across by multiple speakers that one problem of regional corporations is that they continue to be chronically underfunded. And it was also established that some regional corporations would collect less property taxes than other regional corporations. Now, I proposed a formula should be used in the way in which the Minister of Finance intervenes, but that is not before us here today. So to assist the way in which the Minister of Finance would have to intervene, I think we should put in a little more than 1 year in the law and have them account for do a projection for 3 years to give an idea on where their revenues and revenues and expenditure are going, especially revenue.
Thank you. Very forward-thinking, very whole-of-government approached. So the Section 108 that we're amending is under Part 6 financial provisions. The marginal notice annual estimates. It's architecturally set up that way to tie into Section 114 of the Constitution, which is the appropriation bill. Unless the annual estimates are provided, in fact, right now the ministry is in the middle of providing its annual estimates for the month of October now. So right now we're in that exercise. Senator, you have truthfully repeated the complaint that everybody has given. It has taken me, today's what? Today's the 14th. 2 days from now, I will have served 3 months in the ministry. 2 days from now. I have been asking for 3 months all of the corporations to tell me what their arrears is. Because the truth is that the annual appropriation that they get is often used to pay arrears from last year and year before. So if they get $100, 70 of the dollars, 50 of the dollars, 20 of the dollars, what it might be, is to pay bills that are last year and year before. And then the processes of their DP, their developmental program, against their PSIP program are stranded by the processes and how long it takes to get the paperwork to the ministry to get the approval, etc. So right now, it's taken 2 days shy of 3 months to yet receive from the corporations what their arrears look like. Because the submission that I intend to make to the Minister of Finance is the truthful position. This is what I want. This is what is for arrears. This is how long the arrears is outstanding, so that we know what we can or cannot do. Now, I say that because the accounting cycle in law is a financial year in the Constitution, Section 114. This Springboard 108 is intended to launch into that, because we must mandate that corporations provide their annual request per year, so it fits within the financial cycle of the whole of government approach, right? What you're referring to, the mischief, which I have just addressed in a different way, can be tackled in a totally different way. Because my 3-year cycle planning is how the ministry organizes the entities to prepare themselves. So it can be process reformed, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm digitizing those platforms, ensuring that I know what the real figures are, how long they are outstanding for. And with data comes change. I'll give you an example. The minute we did a public roadshow in the government on 11-year-olds marrying 55-year-olds, child marriage stopped. The minute we started to talk about locking up 8,500 people a year for marijuana, we had a case to decriminalize. The minute we said we had 146,000 cases per annum in motor vehicle, including 104,000 motor vehicle and road traffic in the magistrate's court, we got demerit points. Senator Vera and I sat in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, trying to pass the motor vehicle authority. You remember that? Couldn't pass it, 600 clauses long. All we needed was 3 clauses, 20A, 20B, 20C. Now I say that to tell you that a different approach in process management can yield the same result that you want. The problem that the corporations have been having, like many other places, is that
the arrears is mixed in with the cycle of payments, so that they don't have the tools, financial tools, facility to actually do what they want to do. So that is being attended to in a different equation by process reform. If we were to move away from the obligation that Section 108 sets up, which is for annual reporting, we're going to disturb the financial appropriations to the minister by way of request to fit within Section 114 of the Constitution. So I accept your point. That's where the business planning, that's why we've created divisions under Section 69 to have financial prudency and management and planning. There's a planning unit now. Planning means financial planning, 3-year projections, proper business operation systems. But if we're dealing with corporations that can't even tell you what their arrears are after 3 years, after 3 months, something is wrong. And it's not their fault, it's a manner of process reform in there. So respectfully, I understand the legitimacy of the aim that you're proposing. I can't move away from the annual request because it's specifically intended to feed within the annual appropriation cycle set up by Section 108. And insofar as that's the case, I want to remind Section 108 of the Constitution, we're safe on that from paragraph 54, Section 115, 115 contingency funds, 114 is the authorization to expend, 113 authorization of expenditure from the consolidated fund. Those are entrenched provisions which require, according to Section 54 of the Constitution, 2/3 majority vote. So I didn't want to come anywhere close to that.
Senator Vera, before you go, okay, so I understand what you're saying, Minister. So we're going to rely on process reform, but could you give us an assurance that in due course, in the future, that something of that sort would come into play in the legislation? One, that is the first thing. The second thing is, you didn't address that that issue that I raised with the regional corporations still being faced with that challenge of chronically being underfunded. And remember, when I justified this amendment, I indicated that, this amendment is really to help the Minister of Finance in the way in which he intervenes to ensure that the regional corporations don't face that problem. Because I honestly, based on, I've looked through this legislation over and over again in tandem with the Municipal Corporations Act and the other pieces of legislation that it amends, and I do not see how that problem is going to be solved.
I can explain to you how we hope to solve the problem. One, by the collection under the provisions of revenue being supplemented by property tax. Remember, you had mentioned something which is not before us, but which is important to address. The formula for geographic area discrimination, very large geographic area with small residential footprint, or geographic area with massive footprint for residential, or geographic area that has large industrial, becomes a factor. It's why the Property Tax Act itself, which Clause 10 of the bill deals with, has a formula where the Minister of Finance in the Property Tax Act can give more than residential typology to the corporations to take care of geographic issues. So the formula is actually permissible under the Property Tax Act itself. So the formula does exist, and it's a formulation request that comes on the submission of annual points. The chronic, quote-unquote, underfunding is borne about by a number of reasons: improper accounting mechanisms, value for money considerations, also to the fact that the corporations are currently in the typologies treated by allocation divided by 14 with small variations, which again goes back to your formula for geographic integration and factors. So these are positions which the Minister of Finance is empowered to treat with under the Property Tax Act, and the process reform that I'm referring you to
The mere position of being able to say, well, what are your arrears? How much of this year's allocation is going to pay last year? You got $3 million for Bailey Bridges, but the $3 million that you get is to pay bills that are 2 years old. So that means no Bailey Bridge next year. I'm telling you things which I'm now sharing on the record, and it's not by mistake because I now know it. I've been checking it and looking at it, which is why the call for data. We are on a national campaign every single weekend since I become minister, following in the shoes of my colleague Kazim Hussein, who ran a very successful campaign. Pillar to post in this country, surveying this country, to understand what the needs look like. What's the point of having an asset if you can't run it because you don't have a battery? You have a $1.5 million tractor sitting down because you didn't buy a $1,500 battery. That's a reality in this country. It's the mechanism and proximity of getting expenditure done, which is what we are doing right now, and this bill takes us there. The launching point to your submissions are contained in proposed amendments to Section 108 of the Municipal Corporations Act. You're asking us to go triennial as opposed to annual, and I've explained why we can't go triennial in the context of Section 112, 113, 114, 115, 115 of the Constitution. If I was touching Section 113 of the Constitution, I need a 2/3 majority. My friend Senator Mark is not willing to support. So we are in trouble that way. So the best that I can do is to springboard into 1 year and assure you that the processes are being reformed in the manner that I've reflected on.
Senator Deonarine, are you comfortable with the
I just have one more question.
Discussions?
Chair, if you permit me one more question.
If you would like to ventilate more, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That one question, Chair, through you, Minister. I know it would be difficult to say at this moment, but how long, how many years or months or financial periods you think it will take to reach the point where these regional corporations can, off the bat, tell you within a day or 24 hours that what are their arrears?
I've set myself Wednesday, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow, I've given an instruction, because I met with all CEOs and corporations myself, literally, after not receiving their information. Some had sent, some had not, to indicate why I wanted the information, what it is for, and the deadline is tomorrow. The process reform for digitization, the Minister of Finance approved a digitization budget for the ministry that is actively being rolled out right now, and we are in the middle of IT reform as we speak with process reform. I've set myself a 6-month marker at most to get the vast majority of what I'm doing done. 3 months of my time has passed already, 2 days from now.
Okay, the last thing, I promise now, Mr. Chair. The last thing is, with respect to the property tax, you made reference that the property tax indirectly has the formula built into it, the way in which the Minister of Finance has to intervene. But what I want to caution is that with this legislation now giving power to borrow, right, what I'm trying to avoid is a situation where if we end up in another financial situation, an economic crisis, or some economic difficulties where the resources and the cash flow does not necessarily provide for these regional corporations to receive the necessary funding, and still we are at a point where residential property taxes cannot suffice, then we end up in a situation where we have to go through and rely on borrowing, and then we go and we build up our debt. So that's the last comment that I have on that. Now, I understand your restrictions in terms of the 3-year versus the annual estimates as it is laid out in the section. So on that basis, I withdraw the amendment. However, those are my concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to respond quickly, I thank the Honourable Senator. We have been running deficit financing for nearly a decade right now. Classic Keynesian economic policy. Debt to GDP is always a marker that countries have to look at. The fact is that we earn by far less than we spend, and it's true that there will always be constraints. The power to borrow in the legislation as it's tabled is circumscribed by the permission of the Minister of Finance, which is prudent so that the whole of debt situation for the government is known, both on the books and off the books. The power to borrow is a supplementary feature. It's very important when you look at it from a PPP arrangement, because if you do a PPP arrangement, borrowing may not be wrong because you have an ROI, you have a return on investment on the PPP formula. So it depends upon how your business model is operating to that effect. So I'm not too worried about that if it's done for right purpose. So just to assure you that your concerns are legitimate, it's something that the poor Minister of Finance has to juggle on a daily basis as all of his cabinet colleagues beat down his door for more money because we all want more to try and perform the functions that we have to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dionarine. By
Intervene?
No, he was in agreement. He was just nodding.
I just had one comment.
Okay.
So I, like Senator Dionarine, I had shared the concern about the geographical imbalance for tax revenue. Certainly counties like St. David, St. Andrew would not be able to match St. George and Carney. But what I'm hearing you say is that when the data comes in under Section 108, there is a possibility for the Minister of Finance to provide supplemental money for expenditure. And that is how the imbalance could be addressed.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. And specifically in the Property Tax Act, the ability for the Minister by order to provide funds from other areas of property tax, industrial, agricultural, and commercial, does exist under that Act as well.
Minister, just for the record, could you give us draw reference to which section exactly in the property
Section
tax?
10(3) of the Property Tax Act. Notwithstanding subsection 1, the Minister may by order declare which of the agricultural, industrial, or commercial taxes may be collected by the municipal corporations and what percentage of those taxes collected may be retained by the municipal corporations. So that adds, I've got a few houses. Look at Couva, Point Lisas. If you were to give them all the industrial taxes, rest of the country bus, including the consolidated fund. So how you deal with the formula is an important issue for the whole of government arrangements.
Senator Dionarine, the last proposed amendment.
Sure.
AP, subsection 3.
That's on page 54.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I intentionally did not intervene when Senator Richards raised the issue about the timeliness of the audits because I knew I had this amendment. And I searched long and hard to find a space in the bill where it would seem most appropriate to insert these two new clauses. And if I may read, the two clauses are to insert a new 3C, which says the auditor shall submit a copy of the audited accounts to the minister with responsibility for finance no later than 4 months after the end of the financial year. Now, I took this directly out of the gambling legislation, and I put it in here because I think it is critical that we really not propagate this normalcy of late delivery of audited accounts. Now, I didn't put the word Auditor General because I know provision is made for an external auditor to be allowed. And I understand the reason why, because I know many times the Auditor General's office is severely constrained in terms of staffing, and then to allow them the latitude to seek an external auditor. So that is the first amendment. The second amendment, with the second new clause, is that the minister with responsibility of finance shall cause a copy of the audited accounts submitted under Section 3 to be laid in Parliament within 30 days after receipt thereof, and in the case of any delay in complying with the subsection shall make a statement to Parliament as the reason for the delay. Now, I know this may sound a little bit too much, asking the Minister of Finance to make a statement when audited financial statements are late, but it has to stop at some point. Now, I sit on 2 parliamentary financial scrutiny committees, and I know that this bill provides for the Audit Committee, and there are all these members, you have a member from the central, from civil society and so on. But the reality of the fact is that under the State Enterprise Performance Monitoring Manual, there's also an Audit Committee, and every single state enterprise that comes before me as a member, because I can't speak for the other members, in that committee are always late. And many of them also rely on external auditors, and they are also late, and late by more than 5 years. So it is an issue that is being propagated and encouraged. I don't want to use the word encourage, but that's the word that I could find right now. But it is something that is becoming normal and generally accepted within the public sector. And what I'm saying is that we need to put a stop to it at some point. And so that's my initial comments on these two new clauses.
I like the caution of the use of the word initial inside of there. Mr. Chairman, may I?
You may.
So, Mr. Chairman, we all share the accuracy of the concept that the Honourable Senator is putting forward. I can tell you, as my leader of government business just said across to me, we, the government, are not actively encouraging this, because the Minister of Finance has issued a circular demanding that all state enterprises and statutory authorities and ministries submit, if they don't have their audited accounts, their management accounts on an annual basis. I want to remind the obligation under Chapter 8 of the Constitution, in the creation of the Auditor General, in the operation of the Auditor General under Section 116 of the Constitution, the Auditor General under Section 116(4), it says, the Auditor General shall submit his reports annually to the Speaker, the President of the Senate, and the Minister of Finance. So the Auditor General is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Section 2 says it's the supreme law to do it annually. So you can't get more powerful than that. Yet, you've said it's not being done. Perhaps it is, because the litigation to cause it to be done hasn't been done yet. There are truths to this society, which is why the Minister of Finance advocated the Revenue Authority and the management tools to cause the reform, which is why the Honourable Prime Minister put in the Ministry of Digital Transformation specifically to digitize the information so that there are no excuses. Remember, a lot of people say the system not working without disaggregating the system. My approach in my tenure as AG was to say the system of justice needed disaggregating, which is why we did prisons separate from judiciary, separate from rules of court, separate from what's in the court, separate. If you realize, as I said before, in 2015, there was a hue and cry for night courts. You notice that is gone? Why? Because we put processes, and we digitized, and we dealt with the caseload. So, as coming to this bill now, coming to the proposed amendment, the processes are going into form. It's been 2 days short of 3 months of action, built upon by excellent work coming from my predecessors. The operationalization is afoot. But I want to remind that you can't get more powerful than Section 116 of the Constitution. So this proposed amendment touches Section 116 and Section 1 and Section 54 of the Constitution has deeply entrenched Section 116 of the Constitution. It's in 54(2). Insofar as anything may alter Section 116, a bill for an act under this section shall not be passed by Parliament unless the final vote thereon in each House is supported by a vote of no less than 2/3 of the members. What are we going to do about the opposition? We would love to put in the provision, but where's the opposition? They have said they will not support the law. How can we bring radical transformation for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago to give all that you have asked for if we cannot pass the law? So the best that we can do is to pass the law we can, which is why we are moving the amendments in the form that we are. So I can't affect Section 116 of the Constitution. I cannot amend Section 116(4) of the Constitution. There is no support by
19 members of the House of Representatives and 6 members of the Senate, so we just don't have the vote. All that I could do is to say, we will try our best. As unsexy as that might sound, will not be published by the media, will not be dealt with anywhere else. It is a submission that may not find merit outside any publication. You have just said the truth of what it matters to Trinidad and Tobago, but we can't pass it. And we cannot touch into a law now something that will be ultra-virus the Constitution. So I can't do that because I can't put the obligation on the Minister of Finance when the Constitution says the Auditor General must do it. So I can't amend it that way. I just can't make the recommendation.
Okay, so through you, Chair, if I may.
You may.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, Minister. But the fact remains that the Auditor General is the one responsible for this, as per the Constitution, and we continue to have this problem. My question to you, for me to feel confident and for me to say that I could accept this legislation, these amendments, I need to know that these audited financial statements are not going to be late anymore. Now, you're asking me to trust on your process reform, but I'm not entirely convinced because, God forbid, this is your policy and your process in dealing with this. But what if there's another minister of local government?
Well, there will be.
Minister, if I may, not just to curtail the discussion, but I would like to remind you of Standing Order 67 at this moment, yeah? Once we reach after the second reading, we shall not discuss the general merits and principles only, but the details. And what we're doing right now is going beyond the scope into wider policy rather than the bill in the committee stage.
Okay, I understand, Chair. So then I will just ask this question then. How soon do we expect these audited financial statements to be more timely than they already are?
The Minister stated that he's 3 days short of receiving his
2 days short. 1 day short of receiving information and 3 months short. Let me answer the question quickly. In not being able to accept the proposed amendment at subparagraph D of your submission for reasons of the constitutional ramifications, I'm saying that the process reform is afoot. It is intended that we will be operationalizing this bill with immediacy. I've been assigned the task of operationalizing the law. Part of that is the process reform. So for me, it is an urgent priority. I don't intend to not get it done in the tenure that I have to drive the vehicle in the direction that I must. So as soon as possible, and we are immediately required to do the reform.
Senator Sipasat, are you still willing to speak?
Chairman, my comment is very simple. What are the consequences to the Auditor General of not doing what they're supposed to do as elucidated by the Honourable
There's the
Minister?
Public Accounts Committee, there's the Public Enterprises Accounts Committee, there's litigation, there's accountability, but a government, certainly a representative of the government, can't on a public microphone chastise a part of the government as to what ought to be done.
But the accounts committees also, all we can do is write them. We have no power either. And I sit on the PAC, and you say you're not happy, whatever, but there are no consequences. So.
And if I may also add, Chair, I sit on similar committees as well, and all we can do is recommend. The most that we can do to maybe compel them is be rough with them during an inquiry. We can give them recommendations, but that's the most power that we have. So I don't know I know we're saying that, or the fact that they're going to be subjected to these financial scrutiny committees mean that there's an additional layer of accountability. Yes, we're going to know, but we're also going to know how late the audited financial statements are and can't do nothing about it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as this is going into a much broader discussion beyond the amendments, all that I would say is that
It's the reason that we share the concerns of honorable senators, that we're bringing the legislation that we can. Again, I will just end by this statement. We in the People's National Movement are doing what we can. It's the first time a bill of this type has come to the Parliament. It's taken us a very long time to get here, and we do not have the support of the United National Congress, the opposition, to achieve the level of reform that we want. So you have all 15 votes on this side, 6 votes that are going to say no, 9 that will decide in their own discretion. In the House, you had all of us in the government bench saying yes, and you had everybody in the UNC saying no. So we could only do what we can.
Senator Dionne, at this point, based on your proposed amendments, would you be withdrawing formally?
Chair,
although we do understand, we have heard and we do understand your lamentation over the issue, which is beyond the purview of us right now.
Chair, most respectfully, I would like to leave the proposed amendment as is. I would not withdraw.
Yes. Would you like a vote?
And just for the record, the reason that I can't provide it is that it would require me touching the Constitution, which we don't have 2/3 votes for. So I don't know how we're going to do it if it's put there. It'll be struck down.
Okay, Chair. I will withdraw.
Appreciated. Noted. Honorable Senators, given that no amendments were circulated in respect of clauses 4 to 11, I will be proceeding to treat it as a group once there is nothing on the floor. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But before we do that, having traversed clause 3 with all the amendments very thoroughly, the question is that clause 3 now stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill. And given no amendments were circulated in respect to 4 to 11, can we treat with them as a whole or group? Good. The question is...
Clauses 4 to 11.
The question is that clauses 4 to 11 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 4 to 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 4 to 11 now stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I wish to report that the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the government's report on the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. Vice President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, the Burial Grounds Act, Chapter 3050, the Cremation Act, Chapter 3051, the Advertisements Regulation Act, Chapter 3053, the Recreation Grounds and Pastures Act, Chapter 4101, the Highways Act, Chapter 4801, the Dogs Act, Chapter 6754, the Property Taxes Act, Chapter 7604, and the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act, Number 10 of 2014, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, the Burial Grounds Act, Chapter 3050, the Cremation Act, Chapter 351, the Advertisements Regulations Act, Chapter 3053, the Recreation Grounds and Pastures Act, Chapter 4101, the Highways Act, Chapter 4801, the Dogs Act, Chapter 6754, the Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604, and the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act, Number 10 of 2014, now be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against? Yeah. Yeah.
Your turn, just take it.
Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Miss West?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Mr. De Freitas?
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal? Yes. Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Mrs. Luzamas Lee Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Hislop?
Yes.
Mr. Seals?
Yes.
No, sorry. Mr. Young? Mr. Boris?
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
Abstain.
Miss John?
Abstain.
Miss Lakshmi Dial?
Abstain.
Mr. Naked?
Abstain.
Mr. Leiter?
Abstain.
Mr. Roberts?
Abstain.
Mr. Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Vera?
Yes.
Dr. Diasing?
Yes.
Miss Dionarine?
Yes.
Miss Sipasad?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson Ai?
Aye.
Dr. Dylan Rami?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Oh. Miss Cox?
Yes.
The results of the division is as follows. 24 voted for, 0 against, and 6 abstained. The motion is carried.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, the Burial Grounds Act, Chapter 3050, the Cremation Act, Chapter 3051, the Advertisements Regulation Act, Chapter 3053, the Recreation, Grounds and Pastures Act, Chapter 4101, the Highways Act, Chapter 4801, the Dogs Act, Chapter 6754, the Property Taxes Act, Chapter 7604, and the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act, Number 10 of 2014.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 10 a.m., at which stage the government proposes to debate the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022 and the Insurance, and if possible, the Insurance Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question, I now invite Senators to bring greetings on the occasion of Corpus Christi, to be observed on Thursday, June 16th, 2022. Senator Laura Lazamadi Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Corpus Christi, the body of Christ. The feast of Corpus Christi, the solemnity of the most holy body and blood of Christ. The Roman Catholic Church's acknowledgement of the transubstantiation of the bread and wine. The acknowledgement and firm belief that there is the real presence of the body and blood of Jesus Christ in the Eucharist. This is a celebration of the faith of the Roman Catholic community the world over, and Trinidad and Tobago is no exception. Corpus Christi is best recognized by most as a procession through the streets of Trinidad and Tobago, led by members of the clergy and including hundreds of faithful believers. During this procession, the Holy Eucharist is carried through the streets to remind onlookers and believers alike that God sacrificed himself, his Son Jesus Christ, in atonement for our sins. Catholics believe that at the Last Supper, the bread and wine became the body and blood of Jesus Christ. The Last Supper, that Last Supper before Jesus was ridiculed, humiliated, persecuted, whipped, mocked, tortured, and violently and cruelly crucified, and left to die on a crude wooden cross. But for faith, for believing in God alone, Catholics have persevered and preserved their practices and continue to believe in the salvation of the world because of the sacrifice of the life of Jesus, their faith. That word faith, it covers all manners of things, doesn't it? Faith, it speaks to trust, it speaks to confidence, to a strong belief in something. It speaks to having the courage of conviction, to stand firmly, to be grounded, to be deeply rooted in something, and to be courageous enough not to be shaken. The government of Trinidad and Tobago celebrates with the members of the Catholic community in this public celebration and acknowledgement of their great faith. May we all stand in courage and faith in belief of our country and against all that is negative, divisive, and hate-filled. May God bless all the faithful and all the people of our beautiful nation of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Senator Leida.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. On Thursday, the 16th of June, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago celebrate Corpus Christi. What is Corpus Christi? Well, one can look in the Britannica and see that Corpus Christi, also known as the solemnity of the most holy body and blood of Christ, is a festival of the Roman Catholic Church in honor of the real presence of the body or corpus of Jesus Christ in the Eucharist. Further on, historically, the emergence of Corpus Christi as a Christian feast didn't happen until the second half of the 13th century with the efforts of a Roman Catholic nun and now a saint, Juliana of Liege. Since childhood, Saint Juliana had revealed that God has been telling her that there should be a feast day for the Eucharist. The Bishop of Liege agreed to the feast and convened a synod in 1246 and ordered that a celebration of Corpus Christi should be held annually. And from 1264, Pope Urban IV issued a papal bull in which Corpus Christi was made a feast throughout the world. Aspiring Minds Foundation quotes that Corpus Christi is a long-standing tradition in our islands going back to our pre-British occupation by Catholic Spaniards. And though mainly observed by Roman Catholics and some Anglicans, close quote, it is a designated holiday celebrated by all of our beautiful and beloved citizens throughout our multicultural and multi-religious society. This special feast day is celebrated on the Thursday after Trinity Sunday in commemoration of the institution of the Holy Eucharist. On this Thursday coming, Mr. Vice President, Catholics join in our thousands, either within our parishes or at grand observances in Port-au-Prince, and notably in our splendor of our beautiful cathedrals. Corpus Christi celebration also takes place in all other parishes across the length and breadth of our nation. And by virtue of this public display of love and honor to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Catholics strengthen our faith and bear public witness to others. And of course, as tradition shows, also in Trinidad and Tobago, many see this as a time to plant and to offer their seedlings for blessings. So rich and meaningful a tradition it is. Mr. Vice President, Senate colleagues and staff, and citizens of our great nation, as we publicly worship and celebrate the death and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and partake in Christ's body and blood, may the love of Christ fill your homes, your hearts, and your lives, and cause each day of yours to release countless and infinite blessings for you, your family, and your loved ones. May you find favor and serenity and true love on this holy and sacred day in our Catholic calendar. Mr. Vice President, on behalf of the United National Congress and on behalf of our political leader, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, I wish you, Mr. Vice President, and my colleagues on all three benches, as well as the beautiful, diverse, multicultural, multiracial, and multi-religious citizens of our great republic, a happy and holy Corpus Christi.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's my honor to bring Corpus Christi greetings on behalf of my colleagues on the independent bench. Corpus Christi is a Catholic feast held every year on the second Thursday after Pentecost, the celebration associated with the commemoration of Jesus Christ's Last Supper with his apostles before his crucifixion. Pentecost commemorates the descent of the Holy Spirit on the apostles and other disciples following the crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ. It marks the beginning of the Christian Church's mission to the world. Still, the focus of Corpus Christi, translated literally as the body of Christ, isn't the passion and death of Jesus Christ, but rather that he is actually here among us for all time. Catholic Mass is the central element of the feast. According to the Catholic faith, the consecrated piece of unleavened bread, known as the host, is synonymous. It is the body of Jesus Christ. The emergence of Corpus Christi as a Christian observance did not happen until the second half of the 13th century, as our colleague said, with the efforts of a nun, now a saint, called Juliana de Liege. Since childhood, she'd been claiming that God had been telling her that there should be a feast on the day for the Eucharist, and eventually she petitioned the Bishop of Liege. In those days, the bishops could order feasts in the local diocese. The bishop agreed to the feast and convened a synod in 1246 and ordered the celebration of Corpus Christi should be held annually. The celebration only started to become more widespread both after Juliana and the bishop died. In 1264, Pope Urban IV issued the papal bull Transitoris, in which Corpus Christi was made a feast throughout the entire kingdom. He fixed it for Thursday after the octave of Pentecost, which, when only designated celebration of feasts were blessed. It's celebrated on a Thursday in remembrance of the institution of the Eucharist, the Last Supper, which takes place on the Thursday, the eve of Jesus Christ's death on the cross. It is represented in many jurisdictions by the procession, during which the priest carries the Eucharist, representing the body of Jesus Christ, on display in a special receptacle called the monstrance in the middle of the streets. It is a sign of undying faith. It's also represented in many jurisdictions in terms of its universality, in terms of the planting of new seeds, a sign of hope for the future and provision for the future. On behalf of my colleagues on the independent bench, it is my deep honor to wish the Catholic community and the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the world a happy and holy Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, it is my privilege to join you in bringing greetings to the Roman Catholic community of Trinidad and Tobago on the commemoration of Corpus Christi, which is the body of Christ. This occasion on the Roman Catholic calendar celebrates the tradition and belief in the body and blood of Jesus Christ and the meaning of one community or one body under God. The significance of the feast is not lost upon the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, because whether or not one subscribes to the Catholic faith, certainly the occasion resonates with all as it demonstrates the values of love, forgiveness, compassion, and sacrifice. During the throes of the pandemic, the people of Trinidad and Tobago have truly come together by volunteering their time, money, and various other forms of assistance to their fellow man. This display of selflessness has been and continues to be a true demonstration of what it means to be one body, a lesson that must be at the forefront of our minds as we commemorate Corpus Christi. And so, in the spirit of community and harmony, and on behalf of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, my family and myself, please allow me to wish the people of Trinidad and Tobago a happy Corpus Christi. Honorable Senators, I now invite Senators to bring greetings on the occasion of Labor Day, which is to be observed on Sunday, June 19th, 2022. Senator De Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As I rise to bring Labor Day greetings, celebrated on the 19th of June each year, Labor Day, simply put, commemorates triumph through struggle and resilience through unity. The celebration of this day yearly doesn't just remind us of what took place in 1937 and the players involved. It reminds us of what can be achieved through the movement of many towards a common goal. Where that common goal is the betterment of all, be it equal wages between genders, be it the rights of workers to be treated fairly, or be it for better working conditions. The process requires that, as has been enshrined in our DNA as a people, that we engage first in discipline of self and tolerance of each other, so that we may increase the level of production and subsequent compensation to the benefit of all equally. This, no doubt, would be a movement justified. To all of those in the labor movement, past, present, and future, Happy Labor Day 2022.
Senator Weidmark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, Sunday, the 19th of June 2022, will mark the 85th anniversary of the founding of the modern trade union movement in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. June the 19th, 1937, served as a virtual watershed moment in the struggle of the working class for dignity of labor and decency in the workplace. The struggle of 1937 was not only about better wages and improved working conditions. It was about recognizing the dignity of labor. What we have seen in the past is a situation in which the trade union movement has struggled to survive in a very hostile environment. Through backward economic policies led by the PNM, the trade union movement has been weakened. However, what we have seen in the recent past, particularly over the last 7 years, is a deliberate policy to literally destroy the trade union movement in this country. Mr. Vice President, uncertainty, anxiety, and insecurity grip the working class as they battle for economic and social survival. Even the state is gradually being transformed along neoliberal lines, which is pro-business, big business in orientation. Mr. Vice President, as we celebrate or prepare to celebrate the Labor Day, workers are reeling under retrenchment and closure of companies. They have been placed on the garbage heap of society. Mr. Vice President, we only have to look at what has happened at Petrotrin, Centrin, EFDL, Caroni Green, Tourism Development Company, TSTT, just to mention a few. And the country has witnessed the workers being placed on the dump heap of history. Mr. Vice President, I want to tell you and this Honorable Senate that the trade union movement is synonymous with democracy and the strengthening of the democratic fabric of our nation. But what we have seen is that there is no place for it at the table of decision making. This government has removed every representative from state boards, Mr. Vice President, over the last 7 years, with the exception of those that they are legally compelled to provide or the workers. So on the occasion of the 85th anniversary of the trade union movement, we are not surprised that they have taken a decision on Labor Day to move a motion of no confidence in this anti-worker, anti-labor, anti-trade union government. We are not surprised. I think the country will soon be doing the same when the time comes. So, Mr. Vice President, on the occasion of the 85th anniversary of the founding of the labor movement, we in the UNC salute the working class. We in the UNC extend militant solidarity greetings to the working class and the trade union movement. On behalf of the alternative government, on behalf of the opposition leader, we wish to extend greetings on behalf of the entire Senate bench, UNC Senate bench, as we call on the workers to unite in solidarity and to ensure, Mr. Vice President, that this government that exists today, at the next Labor Day rally, we would be able, Mr. Vice President, to bring more powerful greetings to you and to the people of this great country. Long live the labor movement. Long live Butler and the patriots of this nation. Long live Kohler, Adrian Kohler Rienzi, and the working people and the working class on this, the 85th anniversary of the founding of the modern trade union movement. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Dionari.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I stand to extend greetings on behalf of the Independent Bench. Labor Day greetings. Although some Trinbagonians actively take part in small local celebrations on Labor Day, many simply take the day as an extra day of recreational and leisure activities. Labor and the economy are intricately linked. It is one of the main building blocks of our country's development. In fact, labor is often described as representing the human factor in the production of goods and services. But what is the significance of Labor Day in Trinidad and Tobago? On June 19, 1973 was the first time Trinidad and Tobago celebrated Labor Day as a public holiday. It was the anniversary of the Butler Oilfield riots of 1937, when the ongoing tensions between employers and workers came to a violent end. This was the culmination of a period where workers' rights were minimal and there was rampant worker abuse, underpayment for labor, racism, as well as deep depression, and falling living standards of the working class. This led to several charismatic individuals rising to the birth of the labor movement in Trinidad and Tobago. Remember advocates of the labor movement such as Uriah Butler, Captain Andrew Arthur Cipriani, George Weeks, Albert Maria Gomez, Adrian Cola Rienzi, Elmer Francois, and C.L.R. James. These persons who gave their all to fighting for workers' rights, and set the foundation for workers today. Labor Day is an occasion to reflect on the struggles endured, so that succeeding generations will never forget the overall hardships, the living and working conditions, and racism of that era. However, we must also reflect on our present circumstances. We have to remember the cascading effects of the pandemic on the economy, on jobs, income, on standard of living, that have left many workers, employers of businesses, and business owners struggling to recover and deeply concerned since the reopening of the economy. With that in mind, I cannot hesitate to ask us all to consider the principles on which an inclusive labor market is based on as we observe this Labor Day. For labor to be inclusive, it must be based on 4 principles, which embodies access, fairness, protection, and voice. I want to ask this Honorable House to reflect on these principles. Access. This principle stipulates that individuals should have access to employment opportunities. Fairness. Workers should be rewarded based solely on their contributions and not based on factors such as age, race, gender, or religion. Protection. This principle stipulates that the labor market should provide insurance to protect individuals against negative shocks, such as temporary or permanent health shocks or a job displacement shock due to downsizing of external trade competition, for example. The 4th principle, voice, stipulates that workers should have a voice in the process that determines rules and practices that govern the labor market. We cannot forget that many persons form part of the informal economy. And while informal employment is often the only avenue for many individuals to gain access to employment, it is frequently in the form of low-quality jobs with low pay. As we reflect on these principles on this Labor Day, let us remember the past, but also endeavor to a vibrant future. A future where all of Trinidad and Tobago's labor force can experience a satisfactory quality of life and work hard and contentedly in the promise of an even brighter future for future generations of Trinidad and Tobago. I wish this Honorable House and all of Trinidad and Tobago, on behalf of the Independent Bench, a blessed Labor Day. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Honorable Senators, it is my privilege to join with you in bringing greetings on the occasion of the Labor Day. On Sunday, June 19th, 2022, the country shall pay deference to the 85th anniversary of the modern trade union movement by virtue of Labor Day. Honorable colleagues, let us take a second to really appreciate that it has been 85 years since the 1937 landmark labor riots. For 85 years, we continue to be grateful and pay homage for the work done by influential persons such as Uriah Buzz Butler, Captain Arthur Andrew Cipriani, George Weeks, Albert Maria Gomes, Adrian Colorenzi, Elmer Francois, Bade Sagan Maraj, Boise Moore Jones, Nathaniel Critchlow, Francis Mungrew, Ainsley Matthews, and the list goes on and on. We continue to remember Corporal Charlie King, Sub-Inspector Bradburn, and the 9 civilians who tragically lost their lives as a result of the 1937 riots. It is therefore with a debt of respect and with gratitude that I join the senators before me in wishing all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and the members of the labor movement a peaceful and enjoyable Labor Day 2022. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I crave your indulgence to just inform all members that in addition to our sitting proposed on Tuesday, June 21st, there's a strong possibility that we would also have a sitting on Thursday, June 23rd. So as a courtesy to members to inform them, at that stage on Thursday, we propose tentatively to treat with the Special Select Committee report on the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill. So you have the formula for next week.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, June 21st, 2022 at 10 a.m.